just waiting on them. Waiting on them.
So I had to print out pictures.
Recording in progress.
So how was your weekend, Jim?
My weekend was pretty good. We had a weekend?
Yeah, theoretically. All I know is on a day that I had a couple hours, I was doing honeydews. So that's all I know.
Oh. You have a good weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just did some honeydew stuff.
They're in the fridge. You want me to take them out
Actually,
now?
yesterday I was very
Okay.
lazy. I
I
didn't
was
even go
waiting for
golfing.
that break.
I was so lazy.
Right, yeah. You're going to do that a lot.
Where's our plans? Because my computer runs down.
Yeah, I used to have an active life, and then got on this thing, and it seems like they pull you
way
from
down
left to
there.
right and right to left, and always constantly doing something. Oh my God, why are we doing that?
We're having our, Hey Carol, do me a favor, check
Hi there.
what you have now on here, because I know some of these you're already on. And I know I have that other list, but just to make it easier for me, because it's all in place.
We're going to get off to a slow start here.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
And then the
You're
planning
gonna
is
lead
here.
us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I can do that.
Okay.
I remember it.
Thank you. Is it 4 o'clock already?
We're good.
Yeah, it is 4:04
Mayor?
actually.
They gave the thumbs up.
Okay. Oh, crap. Move this to this side, this to this side. Microphone's on.
Okay, what was that under?
I'll wait till we get
Did
done
he
there.
send you the email on these?
No, I don't think so. I don't.
Good evening. I would like to call the December 16, 2024 Special City Council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Lodge.
Here.
Councilmember Mills.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Here.
Mayor Peterson.
Here.
All members are present.
Will you all please stand, and can we have Councilmember Lodge lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will now move on to communications from the public. There is a 3-minute per person time limit for all items on the agenda. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. Please state your name and item you are commenting on before speaking. We will take public comment for items listed on the agenda. City Clerk, do we have any speakers now?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers for these upcoming items.
Thank you. That will be the end of comments for this section. We will now move on to our first discussion item. Can we have a presentation from staff?
Yes, Mayor. Stephen Graham-Pacifico, your city attorney. I'm here on the first item, which is an update to the municipal code provisions regarding parks and other city facilities. What we've done is we've gone through the existing municipal code sections. We've sought to clarify and expand on areas where we thought we needed some additional language in the municipal code to ensure that we could adequately regulate conduct in the parks. One of the things that you'll see here that is different is we're bringing back permits for activities that are occurring in the parks. That had been suspended during COVID. We're looking for some city council direction on public hours for the use of the parks, especially unlit parks facilities. We did include some additional information regarding fires and barbecues, weapons and noise ordinances. We have some updated language regarding dogs and off-leash. So currently, dogs are not permitted in any park facility. With the change here, we are asking the council to consider allowing dogs while leashed in those park facilities. We have a prohibition on inflatable structures, bounce houses, as they are commonly known. This is primarily being driven by insurance requirements and liability. There's significant liability to the city if we continue to allow bounce houses to operate in city parks. Additional prohibitions on alcohol and smoking in parks, and then some flexibility on temporary park closures. There is specific regulations and references to our anti-camping ordinance that already exists elsewhere in the code, as well as mobile vendors. So the goal was to really bring together all of the regulations and issues that we are having in the parks into one area, make sure that we had current and clear policy direction, especially on those areas that I talked about, dogs and hours of operation. That concludes my staff report, Mayor, unless there are additional questions. Happy to answer them. I would note that we did, we were trying to push this one forward rather quickly. The intent was to get the first reading concluded as early as possible so that new signs could be ordered for our park facilities. In our haste, there were a few typos that the mayor was kind enough to point out to us. I just want to read those into the record. Those have already been noted by the city clerk. On page 10 of the backup, line 23, it says a further. It should say and further for that sentence. There are two references to an Hemet-based group as opposed to a Hemet-based group. Page 12, line 19 should read any person using, and then it lists skateboards, inline skates, etc. And then page 13, line 18, there are two shalls. The second shall in that sentence should be deleted. Thank you, Mayor. Shall be deleted. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you for your report. Council, would you like to make any comments or questions at this time?
Mayor, oh, go.
Council Krupa?
Yes. To the reference to leashed and unleashed dogs, how does that work out in the dog park?
So the dog park, what we do is we distinguish between off-leash areas versus leashed areas. And so, the dog park proper, it would be considered an off-leash area. We want to make sure that we have updated signage for that. In particular, one of the concerns I have as city attorney is liability arising from dog on dog as well as dog on person interactions in that off-leash area. So we want to make sure that we have very clear statements that, you know, this is at your own risk and that you agree to waive any claims you would have against the city when you use this facility. The dog park proper would be considered an off-leash area under the regulations that we have here.
And leashed dogs in regular parks, I've heard of numerous instances of children being bitten by leashed dogs in parks. Is that not a liability?
It could be. I mean, ultimately, the liability rests with the animal owner. I can't promise you that someone wouldn't try to sue the city in some circumstance here. Ultimately, we're talking about someone voluntarily bringing their animal into public. I think that we could potentially look at liability if, for example, they were off a leash. We knew they were off a leash. We had rules that required them to be on a leash, and we willfully, didn't enforce that provision of the code. I think in this case, we would be relatively safe from liability if someone had an animal on a leash and it bit a third party. But they are on city property, so I can't promise that we wouldn't be named. As it stands now, we do not allow dogs on leash or off a leash in most city parks and facilities. If that was the will of the council, that we retain that current structure, I'd be happy to make that amendment and bring it back for second reading with those changes in the future. It's one of the policy areas that we're certainly looking for direction from the council on.
Yeah, quite frankly, I'm in favor of no dogs in parks, just because of the liability and children and people in general who like to enjoy parks and are terrified of dogs. So that's my opinion. And on the hours, with parks that are not gated or fenced, it would just be signage that the park is open at whatever time and closes at whatever time, and it doesn't do anything?
So that's correct. We currently have a security contractor who does go through and secure all of those park facilities that can be secured when they are closed. Otherwise, you would be looking at signage that makes it clear that this area is closed, and our ability to enforce that would be essentially based off trespassing laws. The feedback we were primarily looking from the council, there's two kind of schools of thought on this, and the truth is I don't have the perfect answer for the council. One of them is set hours where you have a actual time, be it 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, whatever it is that the park closes. Then it is very clear that the park is open before this and closed after this. The issue is that the sun changes when it sets. And so sometimes what you'll have a municipality do is they'll change it to a half an hour after sunset is when the park closes. That makes a lot more sense from a just practicality perspective. It is more challenging from an enforcement perspective. When did the sun set that day? So we'd have to check it out. I think when you're talking about, an hour and a half, 2 hours after sunset, it's very clear that the enforcement could take place there. But essentially what you're looking at is a park closing at a different time every day. And our police department needing to be up to date on that. So I've seen some cities sort of split the difference, and they have winter and then summer hours with their parks, where maybe the park is open until 9 o'clock during the summer and closes at 6 o'clock during the winter. Mostly this is a question for the council. Are we looking at wanting to have stronger and easier to enforce rules, or are we looking to have ones that are consistent with when the sun sets?
Well, part of that is that several of our parks actually have parking areas, and those are the only gates that get closed and opened. The rest of the park is open. So that's going to be kind of hard to enforce. I appreciate the fact that parking lots get closed. It stops a lot of things, but unless you totally fence a park, it will be hard to.
I think primarily
the good people will follow the rules, the bad people will not follow the rules.
I think what we're looking at here is actual enforcement path where you can have either the city security contractor or even the police department go up to an individual and say, the park is closed, it's posted as closed, you need to leave now or you will be arrested, to get people to move along in an effective way. That's the primary aim. I mean, yes, I think if you're talking about a sort of passive enforcement program, we would need fences and other security measures. This requires more activity on the side of the city to enforce.
And I don't have a problem with that, just having it posted and allows law enforcement to say, move along, is a
Right.
good thing to do.
And then just the last thought on that is usually you'll have a distinction between lit park facilities. So, we're getting lighting at the skate park, lighting at the pickleball courts. The anticipation is that you'd probably want those open during different hours than you would have normal park facilities that are perhaps unlit.
Thank you.
Thank you. My question is, after 10 o'clock, who monitors the park to make sure that no one goes on the park and sleeps and vandalizes the park?
So the city manager may have additional information as to the exact operations, but we do have a security contractor who regularly checks on keeping the park secured. And then, of course, we have the Hemet Police Department, who would be ultimately responsible for the security of those city facilities. And then I
they
guess lastly, the
monitor it,
citizens, because most of this is complaint driven.
continuously, like every 2 hours, every 4 hours, or?
That would be a good question, I think, for staff as to what exactly the patrol schedule would be. I wouldn't know that.
I'd need to revisit that contract, Councilmember Males, but I believe it was twice a night. I just don't
I
know
can't
that.
hear you, I'm sorry.
It was at least twice a night, but I don't recall if it was every 3 hours, 4 hours, 2 hours. I'd need to research that and get back to you.
Okay. And is that Ninth Shield or is that our police?
That was the Ninth Shield contract.
Ninth Shield.
Right.
Now, now that we have lights in the skate park, is that staying open till 10 o'clock?
That will be open till 10 o'clock.
10
Right.
o'clock, and they're aware of that then, or they won't be out there shutting it down at 6?
Yes, we've made contact with them.
Okay, thank you.
How many unlit parks are there? I know
don't
like the skate
actual
park
number of
has
that.
their lights, but the other side of that park does not have any lights. So,
Don't know.
just curiosity,
I don't have an exact number. We can get that for you as well.
curiosity.
I have one comment. In reading the proposal here, I'm concerned about the dogs and the owners picking up after their dog poop. You can have the nicest HOA, the nicest community, and there will still be people that do not pick up their dog's waste. And now you don't have that. Or if you do, they're in there illegally, and it's very, very rare. So that was my concern right away when I read this. The liability is a big thing, I think, and kids, even grown-ups, some are scared of dogs yet. I personally, too, would like to see us change that part of this and not allow the dogs in all parks, because I think of the liability and just the mess that they can make and irresponsible owners.
And I mean, I think to that point, Mayor, as we've historically not allowed dogs to be in our parks, we do not have dog waste receptacles. We do not have doggy trash bags that you would normally see in parks facilities that allow dogs. So you are likely to see an issue with that, at least until we were to upgrade those facilities.
I know, I even see parks and communities that have the doggy bags and the trash containers, and some people will pick up the poop, but then they just toss it in a shrub somewhere, So walk a few more feet and put it in the waste disposal. So there's all kinds of problems with that. People just are not as respectful as they used to be. They're lazy sometimes. And I know dogs are very important and part of your family, and it's great for exercise, but there's other places than a park where the kids and the family play. That's what I feel. Any further discussion? No? Can I have a motion to approve
Mayor, any motion to approve, we'd hope would include the corrections that I listed earlier and direction on the dogs, as well as direction on the park hours for unlit facilities.
Anybody make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we do not allow dogs into the parks, and unlit parks should be closed at 8 o'clock.
And to the hours?
Yeah, unlit parks close at 8 o'clock, so 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then 10 o'clock, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. for the lit areas like the skate park and pickleball courts.
Does that work?
Pickleball hours, I like that. I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Krupa, and that is as amended, and then with the direction to not allow dogs at the parks, and then also the parks, at the parks that are not lit from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., and then open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. for parks that are lit. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-1.
I walk my dog at the park all the time.
We will now move on to item 6B. This is a discussion regarding potential amendments to Chapter 18, Article 16, Commercial Cannabis Businesses. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor. This was an item that Councilmember Males requested be placed on the agenda for today to look at potential amendments to our municipal code as it relates to the commercial cannabis licensing process for storefront retail. As you will recall, in 2021, the council adopted regulations for commercial cannabis businesses. Those initial regulations did not allow for storefront retail. Retail operations could occur only as part of a micro business where the retail was attached to another operation such as cultivation and typically limited to the industrial zones of the city. In 2024, the City Council did authorize amendments to that municipal code chapter to authorize storefront retail cannabis businesses, this time in the commercial zones of the city. The process that the City Council adopted included an initial evaluation, essentially on a pass-fail by city staff and our cannabis consultant. And then once applicants had met either the pass or fail criteria, they would go into a lottery for the 5 licenses that were available, assuming we had more than 5 applicants. As mentioned before, at the December 10th meeting, Councilmember Males had requested to place this on the agenda for discussion and direction. When I spoke with Councilmember Males, if you don't mind, if I could summarize our conversation, or would you like to talk about your concerns?
Well, my problem is with the lottery system. I've researched it, Googled it, went online and found out that with the lottery system, a lot of times people just get into the lottery system just to get the license so they can resell it for millions of dollars. Now, in the big cities, they go for $3 to $5 million a license. Our city being small might not go for that much, but it would go probably for at least $1 million. And I just don't want to see outside sources buying or coming in and requesting a license and put in the paperwork and then win just to sell the license to an outside entity, because then we end up with businesses that just come in for the purpose of making millions or whatever these stores provide for the outside sales. But I would rather it be local businesses that want to get into the cannabis business and the local community have the first chance of getting these licenses, knowing that we have someone local. They're going to do their best to make sure that they keep the store to code and making sure that there's no unlawful sales or books being kept in order to try to make more money, more profits on their stores. So I just want it to be based on our valley people with licenses, if at all possible. And I'm sure we have people in the valley here that are from Hemet or in the sphere of influence that would like to purchase licenses and not have to buy them off someone that just came in just to make money off them. So
Mayor, so to Councilmember Mail's point, license squatting, as it's called, is a serious concern in the cannabis licensing arena, especially when it comes to a lottery-based system like we're contemplating. The staff's recommendation to consider a lottery system was based on a desire to avoid potential litigation with the outcome. Typically when you do competitive ranking and then it goes to either the city council or some other body and they award the licenses, if you have a limited number of licenses, just think for 1 second, if you have 5, number 6 on that list has a pretty strong incentive to litigate with the city about the process or a decision that was made in an attempt to get one of those licenses. So the idea was, by moving to that lottery-based system, pass-fail on the initial evaluation, and then lottery, that you would avoid that potential litigation and potential uncertainty. However, you do give up a significant amount of control. As Councilmember Mails mentioned, we have been proceeding based on the previous version of the municipal code that was adopted by the council. We were poised to begin the application process here very soon. However, if it was the direction of the council to bring back amendments that would conform to what Councilmember Mails has proposed here, that is certainly a process that exists. I've done it in other communities. We could make that change, but it would, just so we're all on the same page, it would result in a delay of the application process to implement the municipal code, bring it to the council, get your direction and vote on it, and then make changes to the application process consistent with that new direction. It is possible, and at that point you'd be looking at the city council perhaps being the ultimate decision maker on who gets the licenses.
or have something stipulated in the contract of the code that states that you cannot sell a license for 5 years, 10 years, or whatever. I don't know, but I just want to squash any possibility of people just coming in to buy the licenses to resell them.
That's another option as well. We could put a restriction on the ability to transfer. We could also put a requirement in that they need to get their certificate of occupancy and open within a certain amount of time. Otherwise, the license reverts back to the city and could go to somebody else.
I like that.
So that could be another way to prevent someone from getting the license and then not actually doing anything with it.
That
So,
sounds reasonable also.
if the council's direction was to prepare an amendment that prevented transfer of a license within 3 years of initially being awarded, as well as a requirement that it open within 1 year of issuance of the license, those are things that we could bring back to the council at your next regular meeting, and I don't think would necessarily prevent the application process from going forward as it is now.
Well, the application should have been in effect already since last month, so we've already been delayed. I don't mind delaying because we've already delayed the process, so it doesn't matter as long as we do it right.
The only thing I would mention to Councilmember Mails is the concern that you're not going to get local applicants. There is a local points preference on the application process, but it is not so big that local applicants are getting an enormous advantage. A non-local vendor can easily meet the criteria if they have a sound business plan. So this will not solve the non-local issue. You're still
Yeah.
looking at likely them being issued to non-local applicants.
However we can make it work, that's what I'm looking for.
Of course, sir.
A question, you mentioned something about a 3-year And then you said something about 1 year. What was the 1 year?
The 1 year would be a requirement that they receive their certificate of occupancy and begin operations within 1 year of being issued their license.
Okay.
And the goal is, again, these uses have primarily been encouraged at the city level as a revenue source. If you don't open and begin operations, then you're not meeting sort of benefit of the bargain for the city. Additionally, it looks like license squatting at that point. Like, we're looking for operators who, when they receive the license, are ready to begin operations in a reasonable amount of time.
I just had a question. Is there any impact on the locations in conjunction with the drug-free zone?
So there is state law limits when you're talking about distances from cannabis retailers to sensitive uses like schools. However, state law also makes it clear that the local government's distances prevail. So state law is the guideline that you follow unless you adopt a local sensitive use buffer, and we've done that here. So we have a local sensitive use buffer.
So there's no liability for the city with this enhancement law?
Can you ask that question again?
So there's no liability to the city for this enhancement law? I know it's kind of, there are charges that are put onto other charges.
So there's no liability to the city, to my understanding, relating to the local sensitive use buffers that the city has adopted. If that's, I think that's the question. But if I've missed the mark, please let me know.
Well, yeah, I just, like I said, I was approached about that, and I'm just want to make sure that we're covered and that we don't have any liability if something happens.
So I'll give the answer I usually give, which is I can't promise that someone won't sue the city. I can tell you that the city would have a significant defense available to it if there was an allegation of liability based on the city council's adoption of sensitive use buffers. It's expressly authorized under state law.
Thank you.
Yeah, the idea of putting safeguards in to prevent, what you called it, swatting?
License squatting, yes.
Okay. I think that's a better approach than getting council involved in it and leaving it as far as the selection goes, but having safeguards in there that of transfer of licenses or transfer of owners of the business, that it's a definite red flag to the city.
So is there a consensus forming on a 3-year prohibition on transferring a license after it's been awarded and a 1-year requirement that they begin operations? Otherwise, the license is forfeited back to the city?
We can't make it 5 years to make it really hard for them to want to come in and do it and have to wait 5 years. 3 years is not that long.
You can make it however long you'd like. I think, just in my experience, most operators know if they're going to make it in this market or not after about 3 years. If you did have someone who came in good faith, they began operating, and they couldn't get a foothold in this market, and they wanted to divest, that seems like a reasonable business decision for them to make.
Okay.
However, if the council wanted it to be longer, you certainly could.
I have no problem with 5 years.
Whatever is reasonable.
Okay.
Any further comments?
You said three was reasonable?
He said 3.
I have no problem with 5. I really don't. But, yeah, if the majority is good with 3 years, I don't have a problem with that.
So the 3 years is like, if they're managing it poorly and they're not making money and they want to get out of it, what would happen if it was 5 years and they can sell it at any time, right?
Well, no. So if you put a 5-year prohibition, they'd be unable to sell it.
Okay, then he's unable, so, yeah. You would hope you get a good company in that would know how to manage it, but then if they didn't, then we'd have 2 years blank where it would be empty. So if 3 is the most reasonable business practice, I would say maybe 3.
Are we saying that after 3 years, a business could actually sell their license without notifying the city, like an ABC
No,
license?
so there is a process for transferring the license. It's not willy-nilly. They still have to go, they essentially have to go through the application process again with the new owner to make sure that they meet all the requirements.
Would
Typically,
they
they're not
then-
selling the license, they're selling the business.
Okay.
And the
but would-
license comes with the business.
Would they then have to, if there were more applications online, would they have to go back through the lottery system?
They would not.
They would
So
not.
if you win the lottery
You have it for life?
and you have that business and you'd like to sell your business with the license attached to it, you could.
Okay.
And you know, this is one of those things where I've never run a cannabis business. I don't claim to be an expert in it. However, the ability to build a good business, build a solid value in that business, and then to divest yourself and sort of reap the rewards of that is part of what drives people to want to start these businesses. And so, you know, I think from the city side, you know, what we want to make sure is, one, you're not just going after the license to hold the license itself as the value, because, you know, frankly, that's coming from the city. The city should retain that value. But number two, we don't want to necessarily be so strict on these transfer processes so that, you know, if it doesn't work out, as the mayor said, then the business shuts down and now we only have 4 operators in place. Because then the city is not going to have the choice for our residents and you're not going to be bringing in the revenue. So there are ways to address that as well. I mean, we could have it where if you do shut down for any period of time, your license gets revoked and forfeited back to the city.
That sounds
I've
reasonable.
seen places try to get around that by getting themselves intentionally suspended. So, you know, I'm trying to reduce the gamesmanship. I mean, there's a lot of smart people on the other side of this issue. So it can be whatever period of time the council wants. I'm just letting you know, in my experience, and this is not just cannabis, I think it's most service businesses, goods businesses, 3 years, they know if they're going to succeed or not at the end of that.
And the criteria to get the license, I mean, is it, you have to have the money, you have to have the building, you have to
Yes.
have,
So they have to go through the same app. If you're transferring it to a new owner, that new owner has to go through the same process of the background checks for the owners, the business plan, the capitalization plan, the zoning verification. They have to go through that same process to make sure that the new retailer meets the same criteria as they would have in the initial process.
so these requesting a license, they have their, what do you call a plan?
They have a business plan?
They have a business plan, they have
Security
a
plan.
property already, they have the funds to run the business, and we look at that, or whoever looks at that.
We do.
And so they're not gonna just let anyone purchase a license if they don't have the backing.
No, the goal is to get a business that is going to hit the ground running, be open, and be successful in the community.
Okay.
Any other comments? May I get a motion?
Go ahead.
It could be to direct the city attorney to draft an ordinance that would prohibit transfers of new licenses for 3 years, and to require that a business begin operating within 1 year of issuance. That could be a motion.
Yeah, exactly what you said. No,
Can I have a second?
You got it, you did it. She seconded it already. Oh, I'll second that.
Okay, thank you.
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Males. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
We will now move on to item 6C, City Council Outside Boards, Committees, and Commissions Appointments. Can we get the next staff presentation, please?
Gladly, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'll gladly present this report. The City Council did provide direction and appointed City Council members to outside boards and committees in 2024. And basically with our new seated councilmember, Tom Lodge, we are looking to update our 2025 list to reflect, again, the election results in both the new list here. And so the city council protocols for council members and appointed officials indicate that the mayor is the presiding officer of the city council and has the authority to appoint city council member representatives. And historically, we've gone through line by line, or as a consensus, provided direction to fill in the seats. And so, with that said, I've also printed up a couple sheets for you at the dais there. One is labeled item 6C, which is the exhibit from the staff report, and simply made it fairly easy in trying to fill in basically all the 2025 member updates for such groups as the Housing Authority or the Investment Oversight Committee. Additionally, I printed out a snapshot, a cheat sheet, if you will, of how many boards or committees or commissions that each individual sits on, and I have that listed there for each individual, with Lodge at currently 0 because we need to place him where we need to place him. With that, that's my staff report, and if you have any questions for me, we can jump into the process, Mayor.
Okay, the first thing I'd like to comment on is that you can take off the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority Board, delete that one, and we have a new Art and Cultural Ad Hoc Committee. Is there another ad hoc committee that we added?
No, but we can remove the protocols ad hoc and the banner program ad hoc.
The only thing on the protocols is we are supposed to update it, look at it every year.
Yeah, but that's just a look at.
So, do we need that?
We don't need an ad hoc for that.
It's really up to you. We can do it either way.
Okay.
Typically, the ad hoc will be created for a temporary point in time to accomplish a task.
Okay.
And so it would be reasonable to omit that, but it's really up to you.
Okay. Councilmember Males, I think you took yourself off of a couple last year because you were pretty busy being mayor. Is there anything you would want to add this year?
Yes, Mayor, if I can speak, I'd be happy to let you know what I've gone through. I have them highlighted on my computer here. I want to get more involved in the WRCOG and the city, Cal Cities, and I know that Mr. Lodge, Councilmember Lodge, works a full-time job, and he may not have time for a lot of the ones that Lilienthal had, Councilmember Lilienthal had. So I'd be happy to take CDBG, where Malcolm had it. I would be happy to take Riverside County Transportation Committee, where Councilmember Lilienthal had. I would be happy to take Riverside Transit Agency, also, which Lilienthal had as a second.
Councilmember Mills, can you repeat your second item? I caught CDBG and Riverside Transit, but what was the second item, please?
I didn't understand a word you said.
Was it WRCOG that you said the second one that you wanted to sit on?
Oh, the second one? I'll tell you right now. It would be
Cal Cities?
Cal Cities, thank you.
Riverside County Transportation Committee, the one that Councilmember Lilienthal was on. The Riverside Transit Agency, which he was also on. He was a second on both of them. The Western Riverside Council of Governments, Peterson and Lilienthal were on. I'll take that if he doesn't mind. The League of California Cities, Community Services, where Mr. Lilienthal had. So there's a total of 5 that I would be happy to take.
Because one's appointed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The one for Cal Cities Community Services, that's an appointed position by the county president.
Oh, I didn't
So
really-
that one, we may not get that option again. So that one is up in the air,
Noted.
Okay.
so.
That would also be with the Housing Community and Economic Development Policy Committee. That's appointed, so
Yeah.
I was on that
So
last year.
you're on that, right?
I haven't heard back, but
Okay.
I did apply. So I think those 3 league ones are all appointed, right?
Okay, so this is kind of difficult going through all these. Linda, did you have any changes that you wanted?
No, just the ones, just the ones that we can get rid of.
Okay.
And there was one. As far as CDBG, we usually appoint that when it comes to the process, and it's just two different people every year.
Mhm.
So.
I would like to see Joe take the CDBG that Malcolm had. Let me see, where is that at? And since I'm going to be a little busier this year, I would be willing to give WRCOG to Carol if you'd like that. Do you want to be the primary on that?
Yes.
Okay, she will be the primary on WRCOG.
Same day. One follows the other.
And Joe, you didn't say anything about waste management, did you?
About what?
Waste management?
I,
I'm thinking we could probably take a couple away from Linda.
That's not appointed by this board.
Mayor, I'll
That's
take
appointed
whatever
by-
you,
Is it,
That's appointed by other people.
is it, okay. so-
Mayor, I'll take whatever you give me, that's fine.
Um,
Oh,
For the exception of RCA, I will not take that.
there we go.
Okay, so, let me see here. I'm trying to figure out where I'm at here. Do you have them all, Carol? Let me cheat sheet.
Could I make one suggestion on the business outreach ad hoc committee? That absolutely the mayor, so you got that one.
Mm-hmm.
But that if you're visiting businesses in whoever's district, that representative from the district be the person that goes with you instead of just the mayor pro tem? I mean, if it's in Tom's district, Tom should be the one meeting with the businesses. Joe should be meeting with businesses in his district. Carol should in hers, and I should in mine.
I think we could just leave it as it is, and you would always be invited and be,
That's
that's three then, that's three.
three.
Can't do that.
I would say the mayor and whoever's district it is should be the primary. If they can't make it, bring whoever you can.
Okay, that would be okay. I would be agreeable to that, because I know we have two full-time city council members that have other businesses, so,
Yeah, but it's their decision whether they can make it or not.
yeah.
Because I think visiting
They usually
businesses
start at
is
1
extremely
o'clock.
important.
Yeah.
That's something we all need to do.
So we would just do that as the mayor and district representative? Would that be good?
That's a
We
good
would,
idea.
we
I
would
think it
treat the
work.
business walks separately from the ad hoc work.
Why?
So, well, it depends on if you want to have an ad hoc for business outreach, we would be in conflict by incorporating different members for business walks. So if we treat business walks separately, it's the mayor and whichever council member's district we're in. That would be a business walk activity, but the business ad hoc would be focused on other activities related to business development with 2 members designated. Unless we're at, it would just be 2 members designated.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay,
Just leave it.
yeah, so we could leave it with council member Males and myself, and then when we do the business walks, the primary person to do the business walk would be myself and whoever district it is.
Right, and essentially that's not going to, the business walks will not be a responsibility of the ad hoc.
Okay. Councilmember Lodge, are you okay with taking the remainder of what Councilmember Lilienthal had before?
What did he have?
I don't see too many that are during the day.
If you look at this, this is what Lilienthal had right here. Right there. No, right here. And what I did is I took, mark them. You might want to give this away. This one's the one you gotta go to Riverside.
The skate park committee can also be removed.
Yeah.
What did he say?
Skate park.
Oh.
Skate park can come on.
Well,
I think we left the skate park on there before just because we had lighting and the shade structure, so.
But it's all done.
Yeah, I believe you're
Is it-
correct.
Is
And
the shade structure?
That's exactly why we had left
Is it?
it on.
So there's nothing else to, I mean, it's city maintenance now.
Public Works engineers coming up to the podium to confirm.
The shade structure is not up yet, but it's been awarded. So it should be in January, February.
Thank you.
Was that structure with a plural or a singular?
What?
Are we talking about skate park?
Yes.
Is that a plural or singular structure? Structures or structure?
It's just the one that was in the original design
That's
for now.
it, huh? Just the one, you guys, all right.
It's
all
the
right.
first phase of your multi-structure product, right?
So is there anything you think you can't
We'll
do?
work on more down the road.
There's no way I could get that one. So I got to
And
give that one up.
one question on this, the Community Action Commission of Riverside County, is that what that actually is, or is it the Community Action Partnership? The partnership is different than this, and I think Malcolm was on the partnership, which includes travel. And it's a great organization. We need to have somebody that will be involved in that.
It's time consuming.
Yeah,
Community Action.
that's, yeah,
If it's the Community Action Partnership, it is an absolutely awesome
yes.
organization that really needs attention.
It's after work though, so.
Yeah, I just could, I can't make it for right now. I can buy a car.
Okay.
It encompasses
So
everything.
Carol, you can have that one.
Carol?
Everything about it.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'd like to
I
do
don't
is
know how you do
probably.
it.
What I'd like to do is probably go through all these to make sure that we didn't miss anything, because it is kind of confusing.
Especially if you're
So for council standing committees, we would have Lodge and Krupa. Is that okay?
On which
On
one?
which one? Which one?
I'm starting from the very top, the Hemet Housing Authority.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Investment oversight would be Krupa Kendrick.
No, no, Peterson Kendrick.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong year.
Carol Peterson.
Yep. Yeah, okay. We're taking off skate park. Hemet Library, we just have Krupa. Planning Commission, we have Males Kendrick. We're taking off protocols. Graffiti ad hoc would be Lodge Males.
What about strategic plan update?
We're deleting that one,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, because that's a council thing.
Yeah, we all do that together now. We have the homeless outreach, that would be Councilmember Males and myself, Mayor Peterson. Business outreach will be Males, Peterson. CDBG ad hoc will be Kendrick. And who did we say the secondary
Males.
is?
I
Males?
volunteer.
Okay, great. Okay, we have Caltrans liaison, that would be myself, Peterson, and Krupa. And why do you want to delete the banner program?
Because it does nothing. There's no use. We changed some of the rules in it, and staff is doing it.
Okay, staff is doing, okay,
There's no need for
Okay.
an ad hoc.
okay. The Veterans Memorial Ad hoc, that will be myself and Males Yet, because we do that every year. We solicit names for the new memorial. Outside organizations, we have Riverside County Airport Land Use Commission, Krupa.
Do they allow for alternates or
For what?
airport, that ILUC?
I am an alternate,
Oh, okay.
and that's appointed by the, by Riverside County Select Committee.
Okay.
And we have Community Action Commission of Riverside County. Is that the one that's appointed?
No,
That's the one that you said we need?
Carol.
Okay, that's the one we need. Okay. Cal Cities, we all are members of that. Riverside County Transportation Commission, we have Krupa and,
Males.
will it be males then?
I can't participate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Be Joe.
Okay, we have Riverside County Habitat Conservation Agency. That would be myself and Kendrick as the alternate. Riverside Transit Agency, we have Krupa, and
Males.
alternate will be
Joe. Males.
Males.
males. Okay. Riverside County Conservation Authority, we have Kendrick and Krupa. Ramona Bowl Board of Directors would be myself, Peterson. Hemet San Jacinto Water Master Board, we have Krupa, Peterson as the alternate. Western Riverside Council of Governments, we have,
Could I
yes,
interrupt on that one? Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick has expressed interest in being the alternate on the Water Master.
you may have that.
Thank you.
Okay, Western Riverside Council of Governments, gosh, I'm giving that up to Councilmember Kendrick. I love going there, it's a great bunch of people, but I think I'll be a little busier now too, so, not that you're not busy, so. League of California Cities, there's several of them here.
Those are the appointed ones.
Yes, yeah, those are all the appointed ones, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens on that. Regional Council District 3 Committee, known as SCAG. It's an elected position.
And that's outside our jurisdiction, not necessarily outside our jurisdiction, but it's elected by people other than sitting here.
Mhm. And we have the Riverside County Waste Management, the same thing. And we have RCTC Committee, Mobile Source Air Pollution, same? Okay, and we took off California Joint Powers Insurance Authority Board. Did we miss anything?
Point of clarification for the record on the Community Action Commission of Riverside. That is actually for the commission, the plan, the actual title is Community Action Partnership for the county. So that is correct.
So City Clerk, are we good?
We don't have a name for that particular line item.
Hmm.
The community,
No, that's myself.
that'll be Kendrick. Okay, understood.
Yeah, it's in a couple different places, it's very similar, so, yeah. Okay. Okay, we do not need a formal motion, as the city clerk has been taking notes on who will be designated for the 2025 boards and commissions list.
At least we made your job easier.
A lot easier, yes, I appreciate it.
What time have we got? We skipped our staff, our city council and staff reports last week. Do we need them? Is there any burning issue that anybody has to report?
I just have one.
Okay.
Starting in January, the library is going to be open 5 days a week.
I
Woo!
didn't hear her what?
Library will be
January,
open 5 days a week,
Oh,
so,
good.
great,
That
great,
is a
great.
positive.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, this is part one. So, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned, and we will take a brief recess before we start the joint city council and planning commission work study. I knew this one would be more complicated. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have some, I think mine's on the other side over here.
awesome.
Sent already the application at the beginning of the year, the 20. I've never gotten back.
Actually, 5:20.
Bye. Take it easy. Take care.
Oh, I might have, actually, I might have my minutes. Let me see. Hold on. And I don't know, do we have one for you, Jillian, or no?
Probably not.
We can change that.
Good evening. I would like to call the December 16, 2024 Joint City Council and Planning Commission Work Study to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through the live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. I would like to remind council and commissioners to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, I believe you have a request for the City Council after roll call. City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
We're rescinding that request as our chair was able to make it tonight, but I'll do a roll call nonetheless. Councilmember Krupa,
Here.
Councilmember Lodge,
Here.
Councilmember Males,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick,
Here.
Mayor Peterson,
Here.
Commissioner Clark,
Present.
Commissioner Hill,
Here.
Commissioner Worth,
Here.
Vice Chair Papp, or Vice Chair, and Chair Beamsterfer.
Here.
Let the record reflect that Vice Chair is absent.
Just for clarification, City Clerk, do I have any further guidance that I need to ask right now?
No, Mayor, that request has been rescinded as Chair Beamsterfer was able to make it tonight.
Thank you, I thought so. Thank you, City Clerk. For tonight's meeting, we will take public testimony first, and then hear a presentation from staff, and then move on to deliberations from Planning Commission and City Council. Tonight, we will be receiving a presentation from various members of city staff, and we have invited Dr. Ellen Reese, who is a professor of Society, Environment, and Health Equity, Chair of Labor Studies, and faculty co-director of the Inland Empire Labor and Community Center at UC Riverside. Dr. Reese will provide insights on transportation related to warehouses in the Inland Empire. We will then move on to comments or questions by the City Council and Planning Commission and allow for discussion. Can we have a staff presentation for our work study discussion item?
Thank you, Mayor. Stephen Graham Pacifico, your city attorney. I'll be presenting the initial portion of our, oh, sorry. Never mind. I've been told that we're doing public comment first.
We'll be taking the public comment, item 13, Mayor, if you can read that. Or I can begin.
We will take up public comment now?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. There is a 3-minute person time limit for all items on the agenda. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. Please state your name and item you are commenting on before speaking. We will take public comment for items listed on the agenda. John Paul, are there any participants on the Zoom call?
Thank you, Mayor. Now is the time to raise your hand. If there's any participants on the Zoom call, please raise your hand and we'll unmute you. Seeing none, Mayor, there is no public comment, and we can go back to the speaker cards now.
Now we will take public comment or the presentation.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Can you ask your question one more time?
Will we take public comment now or the
Yes.
presentation?
Please
Okay.
take public comment.
Okay. Public comments, may I have the first speaker?
Joshua Valencia, followed by Nicole Valencia.
First off, I want to say I haven't unmasked since the beginning of the pandemic. So this is very serious to me. I want to make sure you hear everything I have to say. I am completely against all of these warehouses that are going to come into our valley. I am a third generation living in Hemet my entire life, almost 50 years now. I have health issues, respiratory and heart issues. The air pollution from the trucks that are going to be coming in are going to affect me. They're going to affect many other seniors in our valley. Hundreds, if not thousands of them, will exacerbate their symptoms. This affects all respiratory issues. This affects your heart from basically strokes, heart attacks, all increased risk, irregular heartbeats, all increased risk. I was horrified when I went out on Saturday. This is when I first found out that these warehouses were being built. I obviously got my attention elsewhere in the national news, the international news, I took my eyes off this valley. But when I went out on Saturday and I saw that monstrosity on Kirby, that's all I can call it, is a monstrosity. I'm horrified by what has been allowed to happen. Horrified. I'm sad for our valley right now. And sorry, I'm not used to speaking in public, let alone without my mask off, so forgive me. But thanks to Roy Michael here, I saw his YouTube videos. Be sure to, I encourage you, highly encourage you to watch those, like and subscribe, whatever. I know I did. And it really informed me of the impact it can have in this valley, because I didn't even realize these things were gonna be built to begin with. And the fact that there's no environmental impact study on the one that came in on Kirby is disturbing. It's very disturbing. I feel like our citizens have just been ignored and ran over with this building. One of my favorite views when I was a kid here in the 80s, when air quality used to be really bad, not LA bad, but it was bad. And on a clear day, you can still see the mountains from Sanderson. And now there's this big row, big old warehouse blocking that view. That beautiful view that I used to enjoy as a kid. It's gone now, gone. It's not coming back. The things that it's gonna do to the traffic around here, that's completely another issue, and I'm horrified by that. It's bad enough on the west end of town where I live. I'm only a quarter mile north of the Hemet West project. And it's bad enough on Sanderson, between really Walmart all the way to Devonshire. The traffic is horrible. It's horrible. One of my escape routes to get out of my end of town would be to go down Costin and go down Acacia. Well, that's gonna be filled up with trucks now pretty soon. The only warehouse I've heard of that even makes sense is the one on Wentworth, because it's in an industrial zone, it's in with other warehouses, it belongs there. All these other ones are in our communities. And I don't wanna see them here. I don't think they should be here. It's against him, it's against our values, and it's just wrong. Thank you.
Next, can we have Nicole Valencia, followed by Pam Young?
Nicole Valencia. I just wanted to, first of all, we were looking at the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA net web portal before this meeting. And I mean, there's just first of all, there's just a list of project issues. I mean, it's just from A to W, from aesthetics to wildfire. So there's, I mean, economics, jobs, there's biological resources, hazards, hazardous materials, the sewer capacity, vegetation, transportation. I mean, this, first of all, this paragraph, I mean, so yeah, I mean, I just wanted to just mention that, because we can just start by going to the CEQA and then none of us really even have to say anything. Next, so yeah, so you heard from my husband. I actually moved here with my family 30 years ago, and I worked in retail, but then 20 years ago, when I decided not to work in retail and decided to work in an office job, I've been commuting ever since. And commuting, as most people know, there's no easy way to get out of Hemet. You're taking the 74 or you're taking the 79. And currently, the traffic is ridiculous. And anytime, for instance, we have the Gilman Springs Road Safety Improvement Project, where Gilman Springs was closed just before Thanksgiving. And it's a great thing, because they're gonna be putting in a wildlife crossing, which is badly needed. But I'm like, so how are we gonna avoid any of these trucks going down Gilman? Because right now, Gilman just put in a passing lane, which is awesome, and it's helped with the flow of traffic. But if you increase the amount of trucks that go that route, that passing lane is gonna be pointless. But then not to mention when they close Gilman again come January, or anytime Gilman needs to be closed for any reason, well, what that does to the traffic is, I've been stuck on the 79 at Lamb Canyon, just sitting there, just to get to the 10, or to the 60, either way. But then on the way home, you get stuck the other direction on the 60 Badlands all the way to Beaumont. And then you can't even get through Beaumont to get through. So, I mean, and this was, so, I mean, it was a drive that's like 35 miles that normally takes an hour, went to an hour and a half, and then my drive home took 2 hours. So, I mean, that's just traffic, and that's just me trying to commute to get out of town. So then I'm thinking, like, well, who's working these jobs? Because I'm getting out of town to not work retail. So I'm wondering who's going to be working, you know, these jobs at these warehouses if they're not automated. So then if they're not automated and then someone's working, are we going to have people coming this way to work the job? So then we've got more people coming this way to work, then more people trying to get out of town. I don't even. So thank you. And if I have any time left, I would like to yield to this man here. Thank you.
Next up is Pam Young, followed by David Young.
Pam Yang.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Sorry, I lost my first page, so I'm going to wing it. I'm Pam Yang from Diamond Solera. First of all, I want to say that I'm opposed to the Warren Simpson warehouse. I want to dwell on its size. 60 feet tall. That's going to block out the people that live near there and the winter sun. They will not have sun. 60 feet is higher than the sun. It's 8 Costco's on top of 8 Costco's. That's how tall 60 feet is. And some Costco's are only 22 feet, so that's 2.5 Costco's high. When coming down Dominagoni, you're not going to be able to see the San Jacinto Mountains anymore. That was one of the greatest things coming into this valley, is looking at those mountains in our valley and how pretty it was. It's going to block it out. You will not see it. I would suggest, if you ever do this again somewhere, that you take and get an artist rendering and put it in place where it's going to be, so you can see the mountains in the background with the artist's rendering, and then you'll realize you don't see the mountains behind it. When I drove down Kirby the other day and drove along there, I realized those people are never going to see another sunset, ever. Not fun. The last council meeting I was at, I heard them talking about Warren Road. We are right along Warren Road. And you know there's only 2 lanes at this point, and there's no plan to make it any larger. And even if there is, we have the ferry shrimp, and so that's a problem. And I also heard the man say that there are problems like that all along Warren Road. So how are you even going to do it? And if you don't have, and they're not planning on it now, how long is it going to take to get it figured out? Where's it going to go? Why are you putting a warehouse in when there's no place for these people to drive? Maybe warehouses are needed in the future in Riverside County, but please stop putting them so near our neighborhoods, which will negatively impact us from this time forward. I just told you that one. Our valley is beautiful, and you're placing warehouses, and it's destroying the beauty for many of us. As my husband and I were driving home from our vets the other day, on Girard Street, we were discussing what a nice area of town that used to be. Houses looked like they had been upscale in the day. We had an employee back in the 90s going to school in San Luis Obispo, a town regarded as one of the best cities to live in California. She could hardly wait to get back to Hemet, a town she loved. But Hemet seems to have fallen on hard times. Let me quick finish. I beg you, forget the giant warehouses. Start concentrating on bringing in businesses that will allow us to stay in Hemet and do our shopping. Keep the sun shining and the air breathable. Save our beautiful views. Allow us to want to stay in living in Hemet. Thank you.
David Yang, followed by Edgar Gerardo Aviles.
Good evening. Can you all hear? A little closer? Okay. Well, I should have reread my wife's speech. Ditto. No, I want to ask the question, do we really prefer warehouses to other types of growth? And I would think retail growth would be better, tech, light industrial, affordable housing, they all bring in people and money. So, you know, the question becomes, do we want people to say, oh yeah, Hemet, the town with those huge warehouses, terrible traffic, and some pretty bad pollution? Or would you rather have people say, Hemet, that's that nice little rural town that, you know, has affordable housing, friendly people, and is a good place to live. Because when you bring in stuff like these huge warehouses, it doesn't bring in people, it may drive out people. So, back to the question, do we really need or prefer these warehouses? I don't know. But you know, there is a place for warehouses. Not these huge warehouses in a residential area, but areas that are designated, light industrial or whatever you want to call it, where there could be smaller warehouses, away from homes, areas that, when you look at homes near it, don't block out the sun, like my wife was saying. You know, if you think of standing where the Warren Simpson warehouse is going to be, and look at those new houses that are just north of there, they won't see any of those hills. And like my wife said, if you live on Kirby, you're not going to see a sunset for the next how many years you're alive. So back to the question of what does Hemet prefer? What do the people of Hemet prefer, and the council members, planning commission, everybody? They want a nice place to live, a clean place to live, and I think it can be achieved. Look for other sources of revenue. Do a little, maybe more homework on planning for warehouses. I think there's room for warehouses in Hemet. We just need to find it, make sure that other people know about it, go out and look for people. And I think as long as we do that and are transparent, and I've heard a number of comments about, I didn't hear about, this one gentleman said he didn't hear about it until last week. And last week, there was a fellow that said he hadn't heard about it until the week before. So I think if we all work together, have the transparency, we're going to achieve good things for Hemet. Thank you.
Edgar Gerardo Aviles, followed by Roy Fales, who has 4 speakers donating time to him.
Good evening. You have the long version of what I'm about to say. Sorry, I wrote it over the weekend. It's too many pages to research, 5 pages of writing. I didn't have time to check every single typo or whatever. But the general plan says that board-approved Measure C required the city to develop and adopt public services and facilities elements to include them in the general plan as a set of minimum standards for public services or facilities. Those standards were promulgated as Ordinance 1293. That ordinance, city ordinance, says the city may not reduce or eliminate any of the standards contained on the public facilities prior mentioned without first obtaining boarding approval. So that means the city cannot reduce our standard of living or the standard of services without voters approving it. The project on Simpson Avenue is, by definition, several aspects of that project are in contradiction of this ordinance. First, the warehouse main benefit, which is jobs, Apparently, I claiming they're generating 1,198 jobs. That's like somebody said, given that there's no automation, which is all the private sector is hardly working hard to automate all the warehouses because it's money, well, bad spent on people just moving shovel boxes or moving little things. There was, like the other person says, not sufficient community outreach. The report says that they talked to people in Solera Diamond and they got 3 letters of approval. The letters are not in the report, by the way. They just said that they got them, and they didn't talk to us. Solera is 3,735 feet away from that warehouse. Our homes are 1,985 feet, and nobody talked to us. The staff report says that the staff report itself says that the project will cause unavoidable significant adverse impact that could not be mitigated below the significance level. Quote, CUKA requires the city to balance projects benefits against significant and environmental impacts. So that means if the project is causing more damage than whatever benefits is producing, goes against this ruling. And if somebody can give me 3 minutes more? Too late? Okay, well.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Roy Fales with 15 minutes, followed by Alicia Kay.
Hi, my name is Roy Fales. I live at the Lakes at Hemet West. I've been a resident of Hemet for 9 years now. I love this place. I have passed out some paperwork to the Council and Planning Commission. Let's go through them. My favorite is the photo of the trees that an arborist says are dead. These are right next to my home. In the photo, I see over 200,000 vibrant and healthy green leaves. Really? These are eucalyptus trees, over 40 of them. They want to cut them down and put up a parking lot. Gonna pave paradise, put up a parking lot. What they're not saying is the value of these trees pumping tons of oxygen into the city. They want to replace that with diesel fumes. Where is the benefit to Hemet? Also, they're not going to just call a tree company to cut them down. They will call a lumber company to cut them down and resell the wood. The developer will get a big check from them, estimated to be over $100,000. None of the money goes to Hemet. Where's the benefit to Hemet? There were questions raised by the Solera community regarding not getting notified of the project on Simpson and Warren. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that homeowners who live within, 150 feet are supposed to get the NOP? That barely gets you across Warren and maybe covers the first row of houses. But this next thing is what really concerns me about how the developers are deceiving us. This is clearly a massive warehouse project with almost 1.2 million square feet of warehouse space. Guess what the name of the project the developers submitted? Newland Simpson Road Project. They never said anything about warehouses. You can go through this entire first page and not see the word warehouses. You get all the way down here and it says speculative industrial buildings. Who are they kidding? This is 1.2 million square feet of warehouses. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Once you read Newland Simpson Road Project, if you live anywhere around there, you go, great, they're going to fix the road. And you're done reading.
Mr. Fales, you need to speak this way.
I'm sorry. You have to go down 226 words of legalese and numbers to see the words speculative industrial projects. What percent of the few people of this notice read any further after deciding that Hemet roads are bad and need fixing? And they are going to fix them. Does not say warehouses on the whole first page. Downright reception. What we have here is failure to communicate. Lousy, huh? It's now economically unsound to build a major warehouse complex if it is not automated. Here's the numbers. The McLean Company is a 130-plus-year-old food delivery company here in the Inland Empire. They have 5 warehouses here. They just announced that they are converting to robotics and automation. They have already announced 107 layoffs of warehouse workers at their Rancho Cucamonga facility. At an average warehouse worker's income of $27,000 a year, they are saving $2.9 million a year on payroll, not including payroll tax, benefits, and training. It also cuts their insurance rates down because warehouse workers have a high rate of injuries, statistics show. Robots don't file injury claims. They don't call in sick, they don't call in late, they don't call in drunk. It costs about $4 to $5 million to automate a warehouse. The robots pay for themselves in less than 2 years. These warehouse developers are not being forthcoming of the facts. They instead are promising us jobs that will not exist. Labor reports show that 30% of warehouses will convert next year and continue at a rate of 15% a year. Nobody is building manual warehouses anymore. Automation costs have dropped drastically. I did commercial and residential mortgages for many years. The bank looks at the profitability of a business enterprise. I doubt any commercial bank would be happy providing tens of millions of dollars to build a manual warehouse. Not good business for them. I'd love to see the paperwork they're giving the bank instead of what they're giving to us. Now the plans show upwards of 1,000 workers, but they are not required to hire them if the project is approved. They can immediately go robot with no repercussions. Weren't we promised basketball courts, baseball diamonds, a stadium, and etc. at Diamond Valley Lake by one of the developers? 12 years later and still none. See, they're not required to build the stuff. Current warehouse rental rates in Hemet are about $10 per square foot per year. That's $60 million a year for these proposed projects. That will be mostly or entirely be offset by depreciation on their taxes. I don't see a benefit to Hemet here. We're being conned here. This is a last-ditch effort by warehouse developers to get some warehouses built, because that's what they do for a living, and that's what they make millions and millions of dollars. They're getting thrown out of all the other cities around town, around Inland Empire. This is the last place they can come. And they're making all these false promises. We cannot allow them to do that. Now, I've spoken extensively with all of you council members, the attorney, Mark, Monique, a few times, and I've spoken in front of all you guys in the Planning Commission, and I've heard you talk about this. You're all good people. I know you all care about the city of Hemet. Please don't let these money grubbers win. Let us people of Hemet win. Thank you.
Alicia Kay, followed by Carrie Armstrong.
Good evening. You'll have to excuse me, I've never been to one of these, but my commute is down Kirby Avenue, and at the beginning of the year, it was put up Hemet Crossings was going to be put on Kirby and Acacia, which I assumed, negatively, would be a shopping center of some sort because it's close to a residential area. I obviously was wrong. One day I came to work. After seeing all the Robertson trucks come through, the cement trucks, then within a few months I come to work and I see this big old building. And the other side of the street has lost their sun view, they've lost their light, and it's too much in town. And then I read yesterday morning that we're gonna have 5 more in 45 days. It's just, this is a community. I grew up here the last 45 years. I've had 4 children here. And it's just a shame to me that it's just taking over in such a poor direction, I feel, with the warehouses. It's kind of like adding insult to injury. We've got new homes coming in. We've got people. I've worked at Walmart on Sanderson for over 10 years. New people moving in this valley all the time. Lately, it's not good reviews. Not good reviews. And I think we need to stand up and look at our citizens, take care of our citizens, and maybe not go for some of these, I don't know, I don't understand the politics of it, but I don't believe we're being fed the right information through the warehouse. I don't think it's going to create a lot of jobs for a lot of our younger population. And my main reason here is because of the warehouses and the city of Hemet. I've just seen the town take a default. I think there's a lot more we can do as far as all these vacant properties we have, bringing businesses in there and taking properties and that are already built. But the warehouses are just, I don't think it's a good call. We have no freeway access. It's just more congestion. It takes me 30 minutes to get home from work. And that's a commute from Kirby down to 7th Street in San Jacinto. 30 minutes. Ridiculous. Between the schools getting out, they change the times of the school. I'm off at 4 o'clock. You can't get down Stetson. You can't get down Sanderson. Kirby's becoming harder and harder to get down. Commutes in town are terrible. You can't widen Stetson. The properties are right to the street. The Simpson project, I had even no clue. These streets need to be widened. Where are they going? We have people moving in the valley by the tons. And I just think we need to step up and rethink what we're doing. Thank you. Oops.
Carrie Armstrong, followed by Ray Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Armstrong. I live in Seven Hills. I attended the last planning meeting and was privy to some information about new rules that are coming into effect for the warehouses and the proximity to schools and to homes. I live just down the street from Kirby, and that is a mistake. And I know that, we've got to have some retail places going in. That would have been much better for a retail mall. Bring back the honorableness of Hemet with our founding. The thing we're known for is the Ramona Bowl. The Western town, the Western theme, bring that in. Someplace you want to go. You don't want to go to a warehouse. I mean, the road won't even take that. We had a sinkhole on that road not too long ago, and it was during the rain. Our infrastructure is not made for these types of changes. It's just not there. According to the internet, we have 92,368 people who reside in Hemet, and that was from 2003. I know there's a lot more than that. Our homeless rate is up from that too. They said we have 83 homeless in our city. We know that's wrong too. But where are those 92,000 people? Were they all notified that this was happening? I don't think so, because we didn't hear about it until one of our POA people had told us about it. Then we started looking at Nextdoor. I'm not on Facebook. I don't do technology anymore. A lot of my fellow people that live in my neighborhood are not on computers. They barely get out the door. We just believe that it's horrible planning and the decisions of the warehouse. I don't know who was fed a nice lunch for that, but that's not the way it should be. This should be a pride of township and not the slum of warehouses and the ghetto. And it's just going to bring more pollution to the city. I agree with the view. I live off of the golf course. I see Idlewild. If I were to wake up one morning and not see that, I'll give you my 30-day resignation as a resident. I'm out of here. And a lot of people are going to be doing that. And that's not what we want. We want people to come into this city, have a good time, go to dinner, maybe put in, we were thinking maybe they were going to put a drive-in theater there. That would be great. It's good revenue. You could do swap meet at the weekends or something, revenue for the city. But no, they take down the only lone pine tree and build up this warehouse. Not the right decision, folks, not the right decision at all. Thank you.
Ray Johnson, followed by Robin Hancock.
Good evening. In 2012, your predecessors approved the 2030 general plan and its EIR that said implementing the general plan, including mitigation efforts, would still have significant negative environmental impact on agricultural resources, water supply, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and traffic. Excuse me. But by declaring those were unavoidable, they approved both documents and thereby said to the citizens of Hemet, you'll have to live with the consequences. 12 years later, here we are. You need to decide, are you going to continue down that road, or are you going to change their plan and reduce those environmental impacts? Most of the space in the 2030 general plan that was designated for building business parks now belongs to Winchester. There are also hundreds of acres of undeveloped land designated for manufacturing and specific plans. You need to reevaluate the land use plan and determine where warehouses are best suited. I have a number of ideas, but I can't cover them in 3 minutes, so I'll skip over that for now. I do want to challenge a statement in the staff report on the traffic projections for warehouses. The report states that a typical 13,000 square foot warehouse will generate 1.72 trips per day per 1,000 square feet, or 22.2 trips per day. But if you multiply that for the Kirby's 838,000 square feet, it comes to 1,441 trips per day. But the traffic study for Kirby says that they will have 2,306 trips per day. So significantly more. The same thing with the Simpson project. The EIR says it will produce 3,235 trips per day, 1,000 more than the formula, the 1.72 formula provides. So I think if you look at the Simpson and Kirby numbers, there's 5,541 trips per day. That comes out to about 2.6 trips per 1,000 square feet when you're considering these big warehouses. Finally, San Jacinto plans to build 9 million square feet of warehouses between Warren and Sanderson. Do you want Hemet to compete with them for low-paying warehouse jobs, or do you want Hemet to be the business center for good-paying jobs in businesses that build warehouses, install and service electric, plumbing, heating, and air conditioning systems, install electric vehicles and robotic charging systems, and pave and repair the parking lots that the warehouses trucks will destroy? It's your decision. Thank you.
Robin Hancock, followed by Carol Simard.
Hello. My name is Robin, and I moved into the Lakes of Hemet West about 6 months ago, and nobody notified me of this warehouse project. Had I known, I would have not moved in. I was proud to buy my own house and put my daughter there. I live with my mother and my daughter, who are both disabled. My mom has congestive heart failure. My daughter has, she's paraplegic and has breathing problems. She was oxygen dependent for 10 years and just recently got off oxygen. When we have fires in the community, it affects her breathing, things like that. So this is very scary to me. I feel like we should be able to know this as citizens and taxpayers, what's going to happen, and have a say in it. You know, and then there's another issue of all the rodents that are in the fields out there. There's like tons of mice and rats and, you know, all that kind of squirrels and disease-carrying rodents. When they start that construction out there, it's going to, I mean, because they're going to build it right in our backyard, the next one. It's ready to go. And I'm worried about the whole place. They're already having enough of those problems, but the whole place is going to be infested with rodents. And these are elderly people with health conditions that have no money to move. If they wanted to move, they're not in a position to move. And, you know, I lived in San Jacinto, and my brother had a home I rented from my brother. And he also built a huge shop he had 2 lots right next to it. And he tried to open a mechanic business. And they told him he couldn't open that because they're in a residential area. But he could have a restaurant or an old age home or a caregiving place or whatever. So I was wondering, what zoning is it actually for? I thought that was what zoning was for, is to have residential with residential, commercial with commercial, industrial, whatever. It doesn't make sense to me that you can put something like this next to a senior community with people with health issues and stuff like that. It feels like a huge liability on your guys' part or their part or whatever. And the traffic. It took me 4 lights to turn on Lyon, from Lyon to Florida, left. I sat through 4 lights before I got up to where I could turn. This was last week, one time in the evening. And the traffic has gotten extremely bad already. I can only imagine when it's all said and done. And I just think, I mean, I've lived here my entire life. My family's been here. And I just think that you're going to run a lot of people out of town, and it's going to go it's already went downhill. Hemet's went downhill. It doesn't look too good. We got empty, boarded up shopping centers. I mean, it's looking pretty ratty. And, to me, to have warehouses, it's not going to bring anybody here. Our home values are going to go down. Nobody wants to move in, the home depreciation that's going to happen with people that live by these warehouses. So I just really am hoping and praying that you guys will consider all these things and think about if it was in your backyard, and your health issues. And I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Carol Simard, followed by Kathy Kiraher.
Good evening, and thank you to all city officials for listening to us. Thank you to our community members for coming up here and sharing their concerns and ideas about the warehouse projects. I'm usually a very optimistic person, but I have to admit that since I've learned about the warehouse projects in Hemet, I've become very pessimistic about living in Hemet. We bought a house in Hemet in 2014, and I'm sorry? Oh. So I just want to share that I am opposed for reasons that have already been mentioned, or that will be mentioned, such as street and roads being destroyed and increased pollution and risk to our children's lives. So I'm not going to repeat that. What I want to do is share some unintended consequences about these projects. So I'm no prophet, but I would like to mention a few unintended consequences that I've thought about for building giant warehouses in Hemet. I believe that new home developers will not be tempted to come to Hemet, as current homeowners who oppose these projects, they already are talking about moving out of Hemet. So I don't see how we can attract new residents to Hemet, seeing that current residents want to move away. I also think that property value will decrease, and businesses like Trader Joe's, Whole Foods, Michael's, they will not want to come to Hemet, as, well, they already don't want to come, but I don't think that building warehouses will attract them because they will lose more potential customers. I believe also that businesses like Sprouts, Joann's, Chili's, Applebee's, they will leave Hemet because, residents will be leaving, and it's going to be hard to bring in new population. I think that warehouses eventually will become automated, and if not vacant, like some already in existence, so workers will lose their job, and they will become less able to meet their financial burden that they might have gotten involved with as thinking they're going to have a great job. So I'm almost out of time, so I just want to mention a few reminders. Hemet is a bowl, as you all know, so it does collect pollution. So we should keep that in mind in terms of health. And I just want to repeat that our health has no money value. There's no price to put to our health. And I would like to suggest a reference for your reading pleasure if you are having problems falling asleep. It's a book called The Logic of Failure by Dietrich Dorner. And I'm going to quote, "The logic of failure is a compass for intelligent planning and decision-making that can sharpen the skills of managers, policymakers, and everyone involved in the daily challenge of getting from point A to point B. So please make the smart decision that we need in Hammett." Thank you for listening to me.
Next up, Kathy Caraher, followed by Jean Forenza.
Hi, and thank you for letting me speak. I've been here on the stand before several times. I have said many of my things. One of the things I would like to talk about tonight is the other day we were driving in on Dominagoni coming home from the wine country, and we looked in and it was just like there's Hammett all in this big bowl, and it's beautiful, and there's mountains all around. And then we got to a point where we envisioned the Simpson warehouse sitting there, and it cut out all of the home. It would pretty much cut out the entire view from that point of downtown Hammett. This thing is going to be a monstrosity. And so that's a big concern for us, because I look at that area where we come into Hammett as the gateway to Hammett. There are other entrances, but on my map that I got in the brochure today, it indicates that this area that's going to have the warehouse on it is identified as BP for Business Park. And Business Park, when I looked it up in the back of the agenda in other papers in the Hammett City papers, it calls for things like small offices, little restaurants, things like that, something that you would see at a welcoming point coming into a city. And I think something like that would be more appropriate. And I also had kind of a shocking experience. I was coming up Warren, turned right onto Florida, and was following a huge semi that just raced through the light at the end. And I was kind of going, boy, that must be one of those semis. And he turned down onto Acacia on that little bitty curve that's barely a street. It's all broken up and everything. He did not stay in his lane at all. He just went straight across the whole curve. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I took a picture of his license plate. I followed him all the way to Sanderson. He went through the light at Sanderson down to Kirby. When he got to Kirby, I was at a stop. He was making the turn. He turned right onto Kirby, and not only did he take up both of the right lanes going south, he also went into the left-hand turn lane of the traffic going north on Kirby. These guys, they're in a hurry. They do things like this. This is not good. I got this all on film. There was no one at the site flagging or cautioning other traffic about them pulling in. I just feel that this is an inappropriate project for this city. Also, today in today's paper, China has announced that they're sending warehouse workers to us in the Inland Empire to make sure we have good workers. Thank you.
Jean Forenza, followed by Judy Rice.
I believe Alda Pitt yielded me her 3 minutes. Alda Pitt, did you yield me your 3 minutes? Yes? Thank you. You don't have it up there? Well, I'm not going to take my time. My 3 minutes. Am I ticking already? Okay, so I've provided the committee and the Planning Commission a couple things. One, a brochure that the Simpson developer provided us on February 9th of this year. He walked around, knocked on 50 doors, spoke with 19 people, 3 said, okay. The rest did not. It does say Simpson Road Project. I don't take issue with that because in it also says logistic buildings. What I do take issue with is AB 98, section 65091.1A, and I've been corresponding with the City Attorney Graham, and it says there that any project approved prior to September 30th, it's greater than 250,000 square feet, that requires a rezoning for approval, which would be the Newland-Simpson project. If it's closer than 900 feet or less to a sensitive receptor, they have to comply with the Tier 1 standards of AB 98 as of September 30th. If they've previously been approved, it doesn't matter. That would be the west, that would be Simpson-Warren, also known as Newland-Simpson. It would be, I believe, the other one, that's 358,000 square feet on Santa Fe, and I don't remember the cross street. So the building brochure they gave us says the second building, and you have a copy of this as well, is 930 feet from the closest residence. You don't have it yet. They're going to make copies for you later. However, that only includes the second building. They did not include the parking lot, which is across Warren and is about another 9 acres. So clearly, less than 900 square feet, close to the nearest receptor. So I would contend that they have to agree or comply with AB 98. The other thing about that, the Kirby project, the gentleman mentioned today that there was no environmental done. I know you used the one from the general plan. The general plan didn't address warehouses. So it shocks me that we would not request a second environmental that's not from 2012 on a project the size of the Kirby project, which I find unusual. And I just think it's really kind of egregious, that type of decision without a new environmental. Regarding the MMRP, there's nobody out there flagging traffic for that project. It's dangerous. Where are they? Who's monitoring that? I don't know if we have code enforcement here in Hemet. I'm not sure who's responsible for that, but I think that's a problem. Interesting thing, I also provided a report as of this month, December, Economic Intelligence Report for Hemet. I don't like the name, but it's a consultant hired by the city. It seems odd to me. What they call for is that they notice a weakness in the percent of the workforce in education, health, and social services. So this is a work study group, right? So why don't we focus on what they think will bring more revenue here? It also says that we have our aging population, the age is decreasing, which is good. We all want our youth to do well. Let's get a trade school. We all know San Jacinto College has not got the highest enrollment. They've abandoned their trade program, says my professor friend. So they have nobody there for that. I think we're selling our youth short, putting them in a warehouse, giving them box jobs. I've said it before. Who wants to wake up at 30 and say, hey, I got a box job. That's my goal. I think we're selling our youth short. It's not just about the senior citizens we hear. I have grandchildren. I have great-grandchildren. It makes a difference. We need to make sure that we can cater to our youth. It's absolutely true, but we're not doing it by putting them in a warehouse and blocking the gateway to Hemet on Simpson-Warren and not monitoring the program. We've got traffic out there at Kirby. It's not happening. It's really, it's really a debacle. It's something we as citizens, you want our feedback, we're giving you your feedback, we want your input. City Council, the Planning Commission voted resounding 5-0 to not proceed with the Newland-Simpson project. We look forward to your support with that. Couple things I think that could help with that. If we have a citizens committee that reviews these projects, have people representing each of the districts, not just the one that it is being built in, but those that are surrounding. We're very close here in Hemet. What are we, 7 square miles or something like that? I think that would be helpful. Also, how about a sunshine ordinance? Are you familiar with it? Santa Ana has a good model for a sunshine ordinance where you involve the citizens to improve access to public records, strengthen open meeting laws, ensure the public can review city operations and deliberations. I'm sure if you had, not you, but whoever approved the Kirby project looked at that ERI, we would all go, what? What are we thinking? Why did we not ask for a new environmental report? There's many citizens here and in the town of Hemet that have a lot of experience. Myself being one, others I'm sure. So that would be important. So that's how we can help. We're the citizens, we can help you. We have a lot of experience, and we want to make it a better place for our youth and for us as well, and for all of you that reside in the sphere of influence of Hemet. Thank you.
Judy Rice, followed by Krista Mason.
I would like to give you some other thoughts. As a retired nurse, I look at Hemet Hospital and it's a disgrace. It barely makes a C on Leapfrog. It usually gets D's and F's. It wants to close its maternity ward. You're bringing new people in and you're not going to have a maternity ward? Come on. And I have talked to the fire marshal who says that we have enough business that we could be a trauma center. Think about a big rig overturning at Florida and Simpson, or for instance, you know, whatever. How are we going to do it? You're going to have to put higher traffic lights, because when you're in a little car, you can't see around these things. I almost died. Thankfully, I have a Subaru. It stopped me because I was on one of these roads out by Warren, and there were big rigs on all around me, and I'm looking at them and not realizing there was a stop. And I, you know, if my car didn't have automatic braking, I would have been too late. And that can happen here, and we have an aging population. Also, we have a fault line in this town, strong enough to have triggered the San Andreas. The San Andreas isn't on. Are these warehouses built to earthquake sustainability or just survivability? I mean, to my mind, they should be built to be able to survive, because we're going to be cut off. Are these warehouses going to have supplies that we can use to sustain ourselves when we're cut off? Because it's going to happen sooner or later. And also, these are being built close to houses, right? We have seen, well, look at today. I mean, we could easily lose people to high caliber rifles. We could lose fire department. And if they're on top of these warehouses, the cops, the firefighters, are sitting targets, especially that one that's going to have just a turnaround. Somebody gets, you know, the Monterey shooter came from here, honey, and we have enough crazy people. What kind of, you know, I'm sorry, I don't like to do conspiracy theories, but we have to be prepared to sustain ourselves. In a hospital that won't do it, I mean, don't get me on it, because I come from Orange County and I saw a community hospital become a regional. There's no reason not to.
Our final speaker, Krista Mason.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Krista Mason. So I just wanted to reiterate how awesome these residents are and the comments that they're making tonight. And I don't want to repeat a lot of what has already been said because we've heard it. I'm a resident of Willow Walk, and I purchased here as a first-time home buyer and property owner to pass on something to my daughter. I'm concerned about the way in which Hemet is moving forward. I moved here as a planner of 20 years. I saw the potential that Hemet had, and I'm concerned about the way in which it's going right now. Hemet is uniquely positioned. We have a lot of vacant land, and it's appealing to developers. So we have an opportunity to shape our own growth and take a strategic approach to a development. However, this also means we must remain vigilant and demonstrate authority and discernment, ensuring we are not swayed by the promises of the benefits that may not ultimately serve our community. I won't revisit all of the impacts that developments like warehouses have on our city. Instead, I urge the commission, the council, when evaluating proposed projects, to ask the following fundamental questions. Do the proposed benefits of this project outweigh its impact to the city? Are we equipped to manage the demands of this new development, considering factors like air pollution, infrastructure, and emergency services? We haven't had that discussion yet. The Newland Kirby warehouse decision highlights the cost of failing to secure tangible benefits. We should have demanded community benefits such as a new fire station, the reopening of our senior center, or other critical investments in our city's infrastructure and services. Looking ahead during the moratorium on warehouses, we must use this time to assess our community's true needs and identify strategies to prevent these costly mistakes like this in the future. Implementing a small business incubator with local employees and the vacant location registry could have generated the same number of jobs as the warehouses promised, without the strain on the city's resources or producing long-term challenges. Let's ensure that Hemet isn't defined by unchecked development, but by thoughtful growth and community empowerment. I propose the following actions for the City Council. Establish a Citizens Advisory Committee, Jean already mentioned that, to meet regularly and provide a public forum for proposed development projects. This would ensure transparency and community input from the earliest stages of the planning process. Look at MACs, Municipal Advisory Committees, as an example within the unincorporated areas of the county. Evaluate the feasibility and implement a sunshine ordinance. That would include minimum of 2 town hall meetings, and review and adopt policies and ordinances such as the Good Neighbor Policy and a community benefits plan. So as a work study, evaluate other options that will help us to have strategic growth and development in our city. Hemet is challenged right now, and we have an opportunity to change the trajectory of our city. Thank you.
So I'm just a little confused on the script here. Are we going to a presentation or are we going to our comments?
Oh, City Manager.
We're going to begin with the staff presentation, and then our speaker is available beginning at 7:30 tonight, perhaps slightly earlier.
Okay. With that, may I have the staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor. Stephen Graham Pacifico, your city attorney. We'll be starting tonight. If you want to look at the staff report, page 29 of the backup has the agenda for the staff report. We'll be starting with a review of the current municipal code regulations as they relate to warehouses and other logistics uses. We've included an overview of AB 98 because that has come up pretty regularly in our conversations with the public. We want to make sure that we're all on the same page as to how that new state law impacts current applications and future applications for warehouses and logistics uses. We'll be talking about some elements of a future draft ordinance update, performance standards and processes. As you'll note, we do not have a draft ordinance put together yet because this meeting, the intention is to get City Council direction on what items are most important for the City Council that you'd like to see addressed in that ordinance. And then we would put pen to paper, get a draft ordinance together, and take it to the Planning Commission for their comments, and then back to the City Council for a review and approval. And then the fourth item on our agenda is status and characteristics of current warehouse applications. Community Development Director Monique will be handling that. Fifth item is going to be traffic impacts and comparison. And I believe we have our Deputy Public Works Director available to have that discussion. And then lastly, we do have, as the City Manager mentioned, a presentation from a professor at UC Riverside who has heavily studied the warehouse and logistics industry in the Inland Empire, and will be giving us a lot of insights on the challenges and the strengths of these type of uses, which will hopefully guide the discussion on what we should be addressing in any future ordinance. So, moving to item number 1, our current municipal code regulations. Warehouses and product fulfillment centers, logistics uses are currently contemplated by our zoning code, and they are permitted uses in the zones that we have. So the 3 zones where you will find warehouses in the Hemet Municipal Code are Business Park, Manufacturing 1, which is known as the limited manufacturing zone, and manufacturing 2, which is the heavy manufacturing zone. In section 90-1043 of the Hemet Municipal Code, warehouses that are warehouses that are less than 400,000 square feet are permitted uses in every of the industrial zones, so business park, M1 and M2. A permitted use means that there's no need to have a public hearing and approval by either the community development director or by the planning commission or the city council. So those warehouses, which are generally smaller in size, 400,000 or less, currently under our code, so long as they do not require a zoning change or a general plan amendment, are permitted uses that can proceed. It gets different when we get over 400,000 square feet. So over 400,000 square feet, when we're in the business park zone, that is a conditionally permitted use, which means that you need a conditional use permit. There's a hearing process that is outlined in the city's municipal code for that. Generally speaking, that's going to require at a minimum going to the planning commission for approval. In the M1 and M2, so that is again the limited manufacturing and the heavy manufacturing zones of the city, a 400,000 square foot or larger warehouse is subject only to an administrative use permit, which is a permit that is issued after hearing by the community development director, not by the planning commission. Which raises the question: why have you seen so many applications coming before the planning commission and ultimately the city council? And that is because several of those applications that you've seen require either a general plan amendment. There is some element of the general plan that is either inconsistent with the project or needs to be updated. So it could be as simple as circulation element. The city has a lot of paper streets. If you look at our general plan land use, you'll see a highway going through the west side of town, the Highway 79 realignment. Doesn't exist, right? You'll see roads that either don't exist or are not fully built out. Sometimes that planning that has occurred on that transportation infrastructure, when you actually get projects that come in, you need to either move the road or realign the road. And so you may see a general plan amendment in that regard. Other times you may find a general plan land use designation that needs to be changed. So what that means is you have the general plan and it has land use designations, things like residential, industrial, mixed use, and that may be inconsistent with the application itself. So you're changing the general plan land use designation. Similarly, you may need a change to the zoning map of the city. I would say for the planning professionals among us, there are substantial differences between a general plan land use map and a zoning map in the city. I think for most folks, they look very similar, and they operate in similar ways. Namely, you have a map, it's color-coded, and it tells you what you can and cannot do on that specific property. So that's oftentimes why you will see a project that may require only administrative approval or it's a permitted use, and you may see it coming before the planning commission or the city council. An example of that, we're not here to talk about any specific project, but the Newland-Simpson Road project does require a general plan amendment. So that's why it ultimately has to go before the city council. In terms of our designated truck routes, I don't know if staff wanted to handle this one. However, the city does have designated truck routes. They've been established for almost 30 years. They are listed on page 30 of the staff report. Important to the conversations that we are having here, it includes Florida Avenue, Sanderson Avenue, Stetson between Sanderson and State, Dominagoni Parkway, and Warren Road. There are others that are listed. I believe a map has been included, and it may be on the screen right now. So, again, this is something that the city has been planning for. When you're planning a city, you look at where the truck routes are going to be. And these ones have been listed for quite some time. That doesn't mean that it doesn't change. It doesn't mean that you can't reevaluate it. Our general plan here at the city, our zoning code at the city, is a living and breathing document that, as the community evolves, as our needs change, we are constantly reevaluating this. Dipping briefly into AB 98 for a second, I'm skipping ahead for a second. One of the requirements of AB 98 is that the city is going to reevaluate the circulation plan of its general plan to make sure that those truck routes are appropriate going forward. Additionally, it doesn't really relate to the current municipal code regulations, but it does relate to, I guess, the current regulations that affect the city in development. We do have a significant amount of information in the backup on the master property tax agreement between the city of Hemet and the county of Riverside. Every city in the county has a version of the master property tax agreement, and fundamentally what it does is it says when you annex territory into the city, so the city of Hemet didn't start out this size, right? Its borders weren't this size when it began. It has grown this large over time. And if you actually look at our current maps on file with the county, there's another line that actually is even further out. It's called our sphere of influence. And that's where the county thinks we may end up one day in terms of the size of our city. But whenever the city grows or moves its boundaries, you have to reallocate the 1% property tax that is collected on every piece of property in the state of California. When it's unincorporated county, so you're talking about areas like East Hemet, Val Vista, Winchester, those areas, the 1% property tax primarily gets allocated to the school district. It also gets allocated in large part to general county services because they receive their police services from the sheriff's department. They receive their land use services from county planning. They receive their fire services from county fire. When you annex that land into the city, you have to recalculate how that property tax is divvied up. So the school district still gets the lion's share of the property taxes. The county still receives a relatively large portion because even though the city is now primarily responsible for a lot of services, the county still provides a significant amount of services to residents countywide, even those that are within a city. You have other entities and agencies that take portions of it, but a large portion then gets transferred over to the city of Hemet. And the intent is to assist in paying for those services that the city of Hemet is now providing, primarily police, fire, and planning services. Those are the big three that the city of Hemet provides. There's a lot of other ones, such as the library, that are specifically called out in the property tax transfer agreement. If you were to look, each city has a unique agreement with the county, and that relates primarily to where the city and the county were at when those agreements were negotiated, what was the cost of providing services, and what was the revenue sources available to the jurisdictions. So newer cities have very different agreements than older cities like Hemet. When all is said and done, the city of Hemet receives about 17.99. I'll call it 18%, but I want to be clear so no one accuses me of, overstating it. 17.99% of the 1% that is paid on property taxes. That's not unusual. If you were to look countywide, you would see a spread from, I'd say, probably 10 to 12% on the low end for some of the newer cities, up to maybe the low 20s. Some cities have arranged that. Hemet has a relatively good amount here. I think that when talking about this, a lot of times, we're speaking sort of in theoreticals when we're talking about a warehouse project. So I decided to just look one up just to give us, as a community, a kind of example. This is not necessarily going to be how every project happens in this community. Some could be higher, some could be lower. I looked up the Amazon facility that was recently built in Beaumont. PSP1 is its title. It is a 640,000 square foot warehouse off the 60 freeway. So, you know, in the mid-range for these warehouse facilities. When I was looking at the assessed valuation for the property in 2020, well before the project was built, the assessed valuation for those for that property was about $200,000. Vacant land, I think it was plus or minus 60 acres. I think a little bit shy of 60 acres. The assessed value was 200. Obviously, the land was worth a lot more than that, but under Prop 13, you can only get reassessed so much every year. After the warehouse was built, the current 2024 assessed valuation, it comes in two parts. The first part was $263,462,879, and the second part was $2,466,065. Putting those together, I'm going to round it. I'm a lawyer, I'm not an engineer, or a finance person. It comes out to about $265 million, plus or minus, in terms of assessed valuation. If you were to take that property, plop it down in Hemet, and look at what would our 17.99% be on a project like that, you're looking at about $480,000 a year, just in the property tax, the annual property tax alone. And when you compare that to the value that was being received before, the city of Beaumont was probably receiving a couple $1,000s at most per year. So $200,000, they were paying $2,000 in annual property tax. You talk about, say they're close to 18% of that, you're looking at a couple $100s a year going to the city. And so to go from a couple $100s a year to the general fund to almost $500,000 a year in the general fund, that's just a concrete example. Now, that's an Amazon warehouse. They tend to be more highly valued than maybe other types. So you could see other similar projects, and I encourage you, this information is all available online on the property tax assessor's website for the County of Riverside. It's a very open process. You can literally go, there's a map, you can click a parcel, and all the data that I just talked about for that one could be brought up. So that, I think, speaking in specifics about a project, I think is useful as you're looking towards what are the future tax benefits or potential tax benefits of a project. So that concludes the current regulatory and I think financial structure. Moving on to the second item that I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about an overview of AB 98. This is a very recent statute that took a lot of people by surprise. The legislature did what's called a gut and replace to get this passed. That means they had a bill that was about something completely different, and then very late in the legislative cycle, they took everything out and they added this whole thing in. You know, I'm not entirely sure how this statute is going to actually shake out in practice, because when the legislature drafts laws without circulating them to local government agencies, to property owners, to environmental groups, to other citizen groups, sometimes you have unintended consequences of it. However, I think that the short version of this is that there's a lot going on with AB 98, including requirements on South Coast Air Quality Management District to adopt new standards, to apply those new standards. South Coast Air Quality Management District, for everyone, just make sure we're all on the same page, is a regional regulatory agency that bills itself as being one of the main reasons why air quality has improved dramatically since the 70s and 80s. They adopt a lot of air quality rules. They have limited jurisdiction over mobile emitters, vehicles. They have a lot of jurisdictions over emitters that are stationary. And so they are going to be responsible for doing a lot of research and monitoring on air quality, because that's been one of the primary concerns. There are some other requirements on cities, including reevaluating. So the city staff has just put up maximum ozone values over time. I don't have my glasses, so I can't see what the time scale is. We'll call it a couple decades. 1980, all right. So I grew up in the 90s. I remembered getting smog alert days when I was in school, and those were days that we didn't really understand what was going on. We just understood we weren't allowed to go outside and play. Through a lot of this air quality work that the state's been doing, local governments have been doing, air quality in the state of California has dramatically increased over time. And so South Coast Air Quality Management District is going to be responsible for a lot of that work. We're going to be responsible as an agency for looking at our circulation element, making sure that those truck routes that we talked about are appropriate. The city of Hemet has a lot of work to do in terms of transportation infrastructure. We have bridges that were built 40, 50 years ago that were primarily designed to serve agricultural uses, and now they're being used as commuter routes. We have plans for a Highway 79 realignment. You can actually see it there on the left side of the map, that they're working on the environmental, engineering, and ultimately the funding side of. So these are important transportation projects for our region that we're going to have to continue to monitor. The big part of AB 98 that most people are interested in is the regulations that relate to the siting and design of warehouses. So there's a couple of different criteria that decide what regulations are going to be applicable. One of them is the size of the warehouse. So remember, under our zoning code, the city of Hemet differentiates between warehouses that are 400,000 square feet or bigger, or 400,000 square feet or lower, right? The state selected 250,000 square feet. So one of the things we might discuss is whether we want to change our standards to be 250,000 square feet, since it would be nice if we were all working out of one playbook instead of different ones. Additionally, some of the triggers include, does the project require a rezone, right? This has been one of the biggest concerns at the state level, is taking property, rezoning it to industrial, and then building the warehouses there. They want to make sure that that process has been well thought out. Additionally, as to whether the application was filed before or after September 30th, 2024. I see a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. Saw each other last week and the week before. One of the things that the council had talked about was, when we were discussing the moratorium, was the appropriateness of changing the rules on an applicant in the middle of the process, right? And so I think that the legislature has a similar concern. And so you actually see lower requirements on projects that were applied for prior to September 30th, 2024. And I think the intent of that is not so that they're not catching anybody by surprise. A lot of money gets invested into developing, planning these projects, and that doesn't mean that they're entitled to get approved on every single one, but it does mean that changing the rules on them constantly is something that the state wants to avoid as well. So the intent of a lot of these regulations relate to new or expanded warehouses / logistics centers that are within 900 feet of a sensitive receptor. The law defines sensitive receptors to include residences, schools, so that's preschool through high schools, daycare, publicly owned parks, or other recreational facilities, unless that facility is part of a condition of approval, such as you can build your warehouse, but you must also build a park, right? And then other things such as nursing homes and hospitals. The distance, because this is one of the questions that some of our residents have asked, how do you decide on that distance? And measuring the distances between sensitive uses is always one of the most important questions in zoning. Here it's a straight line, so that means that we don't go to a road and go, it's as the crow flies, not as the wolf runs. Maybe you've heard that phrase before. So it's a straight line from the loading bays of the warehouse to the sensitive use. It is not from the property line of the warehouse It is not from any of the ancillary structures. It's from the loading bays. And that kind of makes sense when you think about it. The loading bays are the areas of highest activity when it comes to a warehouse use. That's where the trucks are going to. That's where the trucks are idling, if they are idling. And that's where the trucks are departing from. So when you're looking at that 900 foot sensitive use buffer, you are going to be looking at, that triggers the requirements of AB 98. You're going to be looking at where are the loading bays sited on the warehouse. And so the working assumption I would have for any future warehouse application is that they are going to try to site those loading bays as far from a sensitive receptor as they can. Now, they may get into trouble if they try to build a warehouse in an area that is surrounded by sensitive receptors, right? So if you have residential on 3 sides, or sensitive receptors of any kind on 3 sides, it's going to make it so that, well, they're going to have to orient the loading bays as far to the 4th side as they can. But it may mean that they're not able to meet that 900-foot buffer. And if that's the case, they're going to have to comply with all the other requirements of AB 98. I'm not going to go through every potential trigger for AB 98 or every potential requirement, but essentially what you're looking at is changes to the siting, so orienting the loading bays as far away from a sensitive receptor as you can. So if you can turn the building 180 degrees and put it on the far side of the structure, they're going to require that you do that. They're going to require a lot of energy efficiency, green technologies be implemented, charging facilities, electrical hookups, so that if you, for example, have a refrigerated truck, you don't have to run the engine to keep the refrigerant going. You can just plug it directly into the electrical power. They're going to have a lot of requirements like that. And then requirements as to the entrance and exits. I think that the 2 things that are probably most concerning when you're talking about the site plan for a warehouse are where are the loading bays and where's the entrance, because that is where the trucks are going to and from constantly. In terms of what projects is AB 98 applicable to, if you look at the language of it, it's going to be a new code section 65098.1. Every single one of those sections starts off with commencing on January 1st, 2026. So if a project is approved prior to that date, then the requirements of AB 98 are not going to be applied to that project. Here, in discussions with the city manager and staff, we're probably going to identify whether or not the project would comply if it was applicable, because I think that's important for a community discussion. But the state mandates, and specifically the prohibition on the city's ability to approve those projects, is not going to become mandatory until January 1st, 2026. Moving on to item 3, draft ordinance update and performance standards. We did some research. We looked at other surrounding communities. We looked at the environmental documents that we're getting off of the current projects that we have in place. We've looked at the elements of good neighbor policies that other agencies have, and we've listened to the community feedback. Believe it or not, I've watched a few YouTube videos in my day. We've also obviously been present at many of these community meetings and really listening to the community to hear what are the biggest concerns that this community has, but also what are the issues that other communities have had when they start getting more than a few warehouses. If you look at other communities that maybe have enacted moratoriums after they've built some warehouses, what were the primary issues they were having? What caused them to implement those moratoria? And so, looking at how can we sort of get ahead of the curve in this area. I think it should be no surprise to anyone that the first 2 issues that we primarily have identified are air quality and traffic. So we were looking at a few items here that we could look at potentially requiring of all projects in the city of Hemet, and that includes zero emission equipment requirements. You see this as a mitigation measure over and over and over again in environmental documentation and in good neighbor policies. And so that's, we focus a lot on the heavy diesel trucks, but there's a lot of other vehicles that operate on site, and every little bit helps. And so requiring the use of zero emission forklifts and other on-site material handling equipment, prohibiting the use of diesel powered equipment unless there is a specific exemption that's granted by the city. That's not just good, I think, for the community. I think that's good for the workers who are working on site. It dramatically increases the air quality both in and out of the warehouse. On-site vehicle idling restrictions, prohibition on idling, essentially. If you know, under current technology that we have with moving heavy loads, heavy diesel is probably the only feasible way of transporting these loads until the electric heavy truck market gets moving along over the next couple of years. But that doesn't mean that they need to idle at the warehouse. And then lastly, be electrification infrastructure. So this got brought up a little bit at the last meeting we had on a project. And we want to make sure that we are being comprehensive in how we look at this. You can require electrical infrastructure be installed at a warehouse, but if the grid is not ready to service that electrical infrastructure, then it doesn't really do a lot of good. I think with the way the state of California is going, the expectation is that trucking is going to be moving towards electrification here over the next maybe 10 years. A lot of companies that are implementing the electric trucks are giving a lot of positive feedback. There are some challenges. They're heavier than regular trucks, which means they cause more wear and tear on the roads, being the primary one. The other one being access to the amount of electricity needed. We found an example of a warehouse in the Midwest that implemented vehicle charging stations for their fleet, and that one warehouse was going to require more electrical capacity than the entire town that was nearby. You know, it's not necessarily unless we're going to build a bunch of more power plants nearby and substations and distribution facilities and all those things. It is a challenge, but it is something that I think we need to look at. You know, one of the things that we've talked about on a project that's going through the process now is, okay, maybe not installing the chargers, which will trigger the requirement that they get all that electrical infrastructure offsite in place, but looking at installing the conduit so that if and when we do get there, it could be very easily installed instead of being a more difficult process. So these are standards that we're talking about. Obviously, I think there's other standards that could be in place. One of the things that we've also talked about, the city manager and I and others, has been it's one thing to implement a standard, it's another thing to enforce it. And so we've been looking at, and we've actually had some very interesting public comments in the last couple meetings. One of the things we've talked about is having air quality monitoring stations and having that data accessible to the public. Basically, we have a concern over resources when it comes to enforcement, but it may be the kind of thing where we can talk about having. I think we did this with security cameras for the skate park, where we actually had the stream go online, and if there was a problem, we actually got calls from members of the public. It may be the kind of thing where we could have air quality standards, air quality monitoring stations being implemented near some of these projects, have that data streamed online, and if there are issues or violations, it could be complaint driven, which would dramatically assist the city in its enforcement mission. The second area that we heard a lot about was traffic management and routing. Obviously, we have to evaluate the truck routes. The truck routes have been on the books for a long time. If you look at a map of the city, the truck routes make sense in terms of the geography of the city. However, a lot of development has taken place since the truck routes were originally designated, and certainly we would want to ensure that any warehouse is submitting a truck route plan. So it's not just our trucks will go on truck routes. It's where are the vehicles that are coming to your warehouse coming from? Where are they going to? There's a lot of reasons for this. It's not just making sure that they're on the truck route. It's also making sure that we're fairly allocating the cost of resources. So, if we're looking at a fair share agreement with a project applicant for the future costs of increasing capacity on a bridge, for example, and their study shows that they're going to be using that bridge maybe for 15% of their traffic, we would want to make sure that that's accurate and that it's not actually higher than that. We'd also want to make sure that if we're prohibiting them going on certain roads, they're in fact not going on those roads. For example, a project that's already been approved and is nearing completion is the Kirby project. If you notice the way it's cited, there's no truck access onto or off of Kirby. In fact, they are required to go over to Sanderson. And so we'd want to make sure that that is actually being enforced. And again, that could be something that we could crowdsource a little bit. We could look at allowing public access to cameras to ensure that, if there are trucks and they are turning the wrong direction and going on the wrong streets, that it's not just the limited city personnel that we have that are keeping an eye on that. It could be something that the community could assist on with as well. Additionally, we could look at restricted delivery hours. I think, if you find a project applicant, most of them will want to operate 24 hours a day, or at least have the opportunity to operate 24 hours a day. And for, some locations, that may not be an issue. Other locations that are near residential, that may be more of a problem. And so we'd certainly want to look at that. I think that that's going to be a conversation that includes not just general operating restrictions, but a lot of these logistics facilities have what they call peak season or peak demand season. And so it's right now, basically. So from November to December, a lot of these logistics facilities sort of go into overdrive. And something that may be a 12-hour-a-day operation becomes a 24-hour-a-day operation for a limited period of time. Vehicle and pedestrian safety measures. Just like the state law pays attention, AB 98 pays attention to the entry and exit points. Those are critical on the city side as well. Making sure that trucks and passenger vehicles perhaps have different entry points, so we're not getting conflict there, and making sure that we have adequate and protected pedestrian access in this area. We don't want giant driveways that are hundreds of feet wide that are difficult for pedestrians to travel across safely. Other things that we're looking at are noise mitigation standards. Sound barriers and acoustic insulation. That can be building materials. It can also be landscape buffers. They dramatically assist on the sound of one use to another. Obviously warehouses are very big, robust uses in this area. The city has a lot of experience on sort of smaller uses that are maybe not entirely compatible when you look at it. I mean, we've had car washes that want to go in next to an apartment complex, for example. Using creative landscaping and site design has been one of the ways that you can minimize the negative impact between the two. And then operational noise limitations. So again, this relates to just the straight decibel readings from the facility, right? It's going to be extremely, you might have extremely loud white noise. You may have sporadic noise. But it's another thing where, talking about how do we monitor this? How do we enforce this? It may be another thing where we have monitoring stations that can provide their data live to the community. And it may be another way to sort of keep an eye on that. Speaking of landscaping, site design and landscaping requirements, this AB 98 looks at buffer zones. We could certainly look at local buffer zones. We could have increased buffer zones beyond what state law, the minimum state law requirements. We can have enhanced landscaping zones. So there are some requirements for like 50 feet of landscaping. We could go bigger in Hemet if we wanted to. We could go bigger in certain circumstances where it's maybe adjacent to residential, and then keep it smaller. If it's in an already industrialized area and it's next to another industrial use, maybe it's not as necessary to have a large landscape buffer between those two properties. Green roofs and solar roofs. A lot of these buildings are having solar roofs that go on that help dramatically reduce the energy usage of the facility, especially with new OSHA standards and state requirements coming out, we talk a lot about the effect on the community. A lot of these regulations also look at the effect on the workers and the people who live there. Quality of, it's no secret, Hemet isn't the coolest place during the summer. And if you had a large warehouse facility that didn't have climate control on the interior, like some of the facilities did in other parts of the Inland Empire, working in one over the summer can be very challenging to work in. And so, we could look at making sure that they have climate control or other ways to ensure worker health and safety. Wastewater management, you are taking, some of these projects, most of these projects are on vacant land right now. It's dirt, right? Rain falls, it percolates into the ground, or it follows the sort of natural historical flows of the surrounding topography. But you take that and you put an incredibly large impervious surface, like a 1 million square foot roof, surrounded by a parking lot. And I think, it's actually got spoken about at one of the public hearings. The rain gutters and the rain spouts are not normal size, they're massive pipes, just because the incredible amount of rainwater that will come off of these structures. I mean, they're incredibly large, right? And so we want to make sure, and this is an engineering challenge, make sure that the water that is flowing off these buildings and off these parking lots is being captured, it's being retained on site, it's being filtered on site, so that we do not get large surges of stormwater running off of them. Here we go. Compliance and monitoring enforcement. There it is. So these are things that we had talked about before. We probably want to look at the compliance and enforcement challenges that the city will have. So that can include inspections by the city, periodic inspections. And speaking with the city manager, we've seen other communities that have done random enforcement on traffic. That means putting a motor officer outside on the street and pulling over truck drivers who aren't driving on truck routes or who aren't following the traffic plan for that warehouse. We could look at other issues if we're talking about air quality, if we're talking about idling trucks, if we're talking about noise, requiring a corrective action plan be implemented. How is it going to stop, and how are they going to ensure that it doesn't become a problem in the future? And then lastly, having a robust public, it says public complaint process. I think public, enforcement process is kind of the way to go. The public is oftentimes our eyes and ears for most code enforcement issues. And so having a role for the public and a very clear path for resolving those things, it would be really, really important. So those are the first 3 items that I volunteered to handle. And I think we're moving on to number 4, which is the status of current warehouse applications, which I believe will be handled by our Community Development Director.
Thank you, Stephen. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Planning Commission, and the community. Monique Alanese Flater. I would like to just kind of go over the status of and characteristics of the warehouse applications that we have currently, and then if it's okay, I would like to also discuss a brief discussion on traffic impacts in comparing different land uses. And then I'll also give the floor to our Deputy Public Works Director, Jolene Ferris, who will discuss the air quality. So on your screen here, we have a map that provides you with just generally what uses are permitted. The areas in purple and in blue are the areas generally industrial land, and it's just important as we continue this discussion for the members of the public to identify the zones that are highlighted in purple, and in blue are the areas that either have an application in progress or are vacant land currently and could have the capacity for potential for warehouse development. So currently, we have 9 applications in the pipeline. And there was a packet in the staff report. It was provided to the public, a spreadsheet, and there are characteristics within the spreadsheet for a description of the project, location, square footage, acreage, estimated number of jobs created, and status. Those were provided in the staff report for this evening. Just a little bit of an overview of that. Two of those applications are under construction, with an additional one that was approved this month for a smaller development of 25,000 square feet, and 5 are pending, currently under review. More recently, the Planning Commission recommended denial of the Simpson project, 5-0, to be considered by the City Council at a future noticed hearing in February. I do want to kind of go over briefly the application process. These applications that are currently in process, not subject to the moratorium, they do also include a rigorous and extensive review through the process. And in many cases, after several reviews and multiple months of review, it is likely that in many cases there's over 120 to 150 conditions of approval that are drafted and recommended for this. And so these conditions are not only provided by the city, but are through outside agencies such as the Airport Land Use Commission, engineering department, the engineering division, fire department, public works, building. There is a review of ensuring that it complies with the California Building Code, the California Green Code, the fire code. And it is important to note that in order to review these projects, we have several technical studies, which I believe that many members of the public have reviewed the draft environmental impact reports that are on the city's webpage, Community Development Planning Division. We do have an environmental page that identifies each project and what type of environmental review was done on that, and as well as we provide that the technical studies for the public to review as well. And it is really important to understand that each of these studies, they have to be prepared by a technical expert and licensed by the state of California, such as a traffic engineer or a civil engineer, a geologist who does look at the geotechnical reports for fault lines. They have to do a fault study if there is one within proximity to the property. Additionally, we have hydrology reports, biological resources reports, as well as cultural reports. We communicate and obtain a review and input by the Native American Commission, and we have to comply with several state laws, SB 18 and AB 52. So there is an extensive process, and I do want to mention that there is a technical peer review done for every single project that comes in that requires a California Environmental Quality Act review. We do go into contract with a consulting firm through an agreement, and they will review the technical studies along with our city engineering staff for all of the projects. With that, I did want to just cover briefly the traffic impacts in comparison for daily trips. I know this has been a discussion that has come up. I think it's also, as we discuss traffic impacts in the city, looking at what our general plan indicates. There is a final EIR general plan 2030 does identify assumed traffic impacts based on certain land uses at capacity for the city for 2030. We will be looking at an update to the general plan. It does, the general plan is up to 2030, so we will be bringing that to the community to explore an update to the city's general plan, a comprehensive. However, currently what we have now is a legal document, the general plan, which is the framework for the city. And we do look at some of the assumptions that are based on that. So this particular traffic impact and comparison table, it simply identifies what is the average daily traffic trips per acre based on the type of use. And the point of the exercise was really just to demonstrate the different intensities based on use. So residential is going to come in much lower. Now, whereas a commercial shopping center is going to be much higher per acre. So daily trips, 39.9 for a mobile home park, whereas a commercial shopping center would yield 407.1 approximately daily trips per acre. And a warehouse is substantially lower, even though the numbers are coming in higher because of the acreage of the land. But I do want to mention that this will vary based on the specific land use, and is a measurement. The measurement of unit will be determined by a licensed traffic engineer through a traffic study. So I just wanted to comment on that. In the staff report, we did provide a memo that explains a little bit how we got those numbers. The industry practice is to follow the Institute of Transportation Engineers ITE trip rates as a baseline for calculating that information, among other factors. With that, there was also discussions and concerns about air quality, and I will give the floor to Jolene so she can go over some of the findings. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council, Commissioners. Jolene Ferris, Deputy Public Works Director. So I know Stephen kind of touched on this a little bit, but the South Coast AQMD sets thresholds that are health protective based upon the Clean Air Act standards and recommendations by the US EPA. These regional daily emissions thresholds are purposely set low to ensure that most projects will trigger mitigation measures and for projects to do their fair share in mitigating the potential impacts. So although we've had tremendous growth and development in the South Coast Air Basin, which includes LA County, Orange County, Riverside County, excluding the Coachella Valley, and San Bernardino County, emissions concentrations have actually declined and air quality has generally improved over the last 40 years. So this graph here is the maximum ozone concentration values in parts per million for the various standards. There are some differing standards on there, the 1 hour ozone average, the 8 hour ozone average. As you can see, the levels have been on overall decline this graph goes from 1980 to the present. And so the decline is due in part to the uniform CEQA review process that all projects are subject to, which requires projects to implement mitigation measures to reduce their impacts. And then also, these numbers have declined based upon regulatory requirements at the state level and federal level related to improving tailpipe emissions.
Mayor, we're at a point where it may be appropriate to keep going because we have Professor Reese on the telephone now, or we can take a short break as an alternative.
Can we take like 5 or 10 minutes?
Sure.
What does everybody prefer? You want 5, 10, 5? Okay, 5-minute break. We will be back at 7:20.
Thank you.
I know, right? Yeah. I'm a little stiff. I have to go crack something really fast.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, Mayor, I know we're going to get restarted now, and the city clerk is confirming that our speaker will have the ability to share some slides. So earlier tonight, we all heard the mayor introduce and read the bio for Professor Ellen Reese out of UC Riverside. Professor Reese is affiliated with the document that is attached to the report tonight called The State of Work, Transportation, Distribution, and Logistics in the Inland Empire. This is a report that was published in February of 2024, so it's contemporary and it deals with our region, specifically warehouses. So with that, we've invited Professor Reese to provide a 10 to 15 minute presentation, and then we anticipate the mayor will facilitate Q&A following her presentation. So with that, let me invite Professor Reese to present. Thank you.
Dr. Reese, you're live with the City Council.
It's my great honor to present this report to you for the state of work in the Inland Empire, transportation, distribution, and logistics, which was written by a broader team of researchers, and my colleague Beth Temiose from the School of Public Policy is also with me tonight. And in this report, we look at the transportation, distribution, and logistics sector, which has been growing rapidly, as you are well aware. The transportation and warehousing industry was the second largest employing industry, providing 13% of all jobs in the IE in the 2021-2022 period. Job growth over the next decade is expected in heavy tractor trailer truck drivers and laborers in freight stock and material movers within warehouses. And we look particularly at the 5 most common occupations within warehouses, blue-collar occupations, including packers and packagers, and those that load and unload trucks in the warehouses, those involved in shipping and receiving and so forth, as well as truck drivers. And then also looked at this situation for their supervisors as well as for their managers. And as this graph shows, you can see the bulk of the occupations are really among the blue-collar workforce. We find that Black and Latino workers are overrepresented in blue-collar jobs and are the least represented among supervisors and managers in these industries. Immigrant workers are also overrepresented as hand packers and packagers, which are the least well-paid, as well as truck drivers and sales workers. Meanwhile, equipment operation jobs are especially male-dominated. We also found that except for managers, workers in the occupations that we studied don't make a living wage based on a family of 4. As you can see, the only occupation among this group that makes a living wage, according to the standard by the MIT, is transportation, storage, and distribution managers. Even the supervisors, right, are not making a living wage. Median personal income is higher among truck drivers and sales workers compared to other blue-collar occupations, but as you can see, all of these blue-collar workers are not receiving living wages for their work. And the majority of workers in lower wage logistics jobs bring home less pay than the average IE worker. In this graph, we were looking at how the pay within these occupations compared to what people pay in rent. And this is data based on a few years ago. But even so, right, and housing prices, I think, have gone up since. Even so, we find, that there's very little left over after workers pay their rent. And in fact, the 3 lowest paid occupations have less than $700 left over. The packers and packagers, who are the least well paid, end up with about $520 after paying their rent. Truck drivers and supervisors end up with over $1,000 And managers, as you can see, have about $3,000 per month left over for all other non-housing related expenses. In this report, we try to highlight the ways in which community issues are worker issues and the interconnections between these issues. Warehouses are disproportionately located in low-income communities of color, while Amazon's consumers are concentrated in more affluent communities. And those who spend the most money on e-commerce don't see or feel its impacts on the ground in terms of traffic, air pollution, or in terms of its impacts on workers. In Riverside County, about 61% of Latino residents live within 300 feet of a warehouse, despite making up only 46% of the population. And residents living near distribution centers or corridors with heavy diesel truck traffic have a higher risk of experiencing asthma or cancer. i.e., residents are more likely to be exposed to air pollution, yet they have lower access to health care compared to neighboring counties. This report also provides a number of profiles of workers based on 32 in-depth interviews with current and former workers employed in the TDL sector to provide a holistic view of their experiences and concerns about job quality. Interviewees were diverse in their jobs, social characteristics, and geographic location where they worked. Truck drivers included long-haul truckers, short-haul truckers, and owner-operators. Warehouse workers included managers as well as temporary and seasonal workers. And interviews were conducted in both English and Spanish. These workers expressed a number of concerns related to job security, their working conditions, and the quality of their jobs. Many of them emphasized how job uncertainty due to being hired during peak seasons affected them. Many of them were just getting partial benefits because of being a seasonal worker. And employees feel that they have to work harder to prove that they would be a good worker to be a regular worker. Right? Truck drivers, meanwhile, are often misclassified as independent contractors, so facing precarity in a different way. And this results in lower compensation, lack of access to labor rights, and increased financial responsibilities to cover their vehicle maintenance, insurance, and operation costs. Many of these workers across the board expressed all sorts of concerns about the quality of their jobs, including the lack of work-life balance due to the very long work shifts that many of them were required to work for their jobs. Many warehouse workers were working 10, 12-hour work shifts, especially during peak season. Truck drivers also were on the road for many weeks and hours. They also described the toll that the work took on their physical as well as their mental health. Many of them found it very, very stressful, especially warehouse workers who are often under continuous electronic surveillance and expected to meet work quotas that are very unreasonable. Workers also talked about increased debt due to exploitative lease-to-own contracts. This was a concern among truckers. And drivers are only paid for the time or miles that they drive, which creates incentives for workers to do more. Workers also expressed a strong desire for more opportunities for advancement. Johnny, a warehouse worker, talked about the lack of options and opportunities in the field. As he put it, trying to find a job is hard. No one was giving me a shot, let alone hiring me. So I just took the route that my mom did. I really wasn't trying to stay in that role, but I had no choice. Christina, who worked as a distribution center worker, talked about how supervisors need to be aware of workers' wish to advance within their jobs. She talked about how she had just had her review, and as she said, that's what I told my supervisors, that I was looking into going into cross-training into other departments just to get experience on everything. So many workers are seeking opportunities for upward mobility. Workers also expressed, especially those who had union representation, the importance of a union job. Many of them want to join supportive work environments and workplaces that provide them with opportunities for growth, and many desire union contracts to ensure a worker voice. Alfonso, a Teamster member, transitioned to a union job, and through that, he received health benefits, paid vacation time, and a pathway to career advancement. But as you can see from this graph, the vast majority of workers in TDL occupations are not covered by unions. In this report, we emphasize how worker well-being is community well-being and how interventions must include holistic, people-centered visions to ensure that workers have access to well-paying jobs, retirement benefits, and healthy as well as safe environments. And we talked about a number of different interventions, from community benefit agreements that prioritize community needs through legally binding contracts that are negotiated between developers, community organizations, and labor organizations. We also talk about the importance of high road training partnerships in order to foster collaborations between employers, workers, and labor representatives that are driven by industry needs but guided by the expertise of workers. Publicly funding provisions, federal, state, and regional funding requirements can encourage logistics operators and infrastructure contractors to plan projects in accordance with community needs. And I think tonight we're sort of exploring that especially. But there's also the option of diversification as well, right? Thinking about how to diversify the regional economy to create new opportunities in higher paying industries. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share some of the highlights from this report. And I hope if you're interested that you'll read and share the report. You can find it here through this QR code or the website. Thank you very much again.
Dr.
For
Reese,
this opportunity.
Dr.
Yes.
Reese, this is Mayor Peterson. Would you be able to entertain a few questions from our panel?
Sure, absolutely.
Would any of the commissioners or city council members like to ask a question or a comment? Mr. Worth?
Thank you for that presentation. Just kind of in general, is there any positives that you found?
Well, as I mentioned, I think, you know, there is organizing that workers have been doing on the ground that have, you know, led to some improvements in job quality. And I think there has been, you know, increasing organization by community residents, right, to lead to regulations such as the one that you're discussing tonight, you know, that I think, you know, will help to improve, you know, the air quality in our community, the quality of life, you know, in terms of, you know, traffic and so on, but also raising important issues about, you know, the future of our economy.
Councilmember Krupa?
Yes, thank you so much for this presentation. I read your entire report and found it extremely enlightening and very, very interesting. My question is, when you were referring to the CBAs, you referred mainly to these that had been created in San Bernardino County. Did you find any or many that have been created in Riverside County?
I think this is something that still needs to be done. I think, you know, I think there are some project labor agreements that are rolling out, sometimes with school districts, that might be a good model to explore. And I think the basic idea, right, is that, you know, policymakers come together with the community, come together with industry and come to some agreements, right, that are legally binding, right, that would benefit everybody, right, including the community residents and the workers. You know, this could include things like local hiring ordinances, you know, policies that ensure that the jobs created are living wage jobs with benefits, but also protect the community, right, to make sure that there are protections in terms of air quality, that, there is access to green space, that the traffic, doesn't cause all sorts of problems and that sort of thing. So there's both sort of efforts to protect the community from harm, but also to create benefit, right, for the community, right, through mutual agreements.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Anyone else on our panel here? I have one comment, Dr. Reese. Towards the beginning, there was a statement about job growth over the next decade, and everybody's talking about automation and robots, and they think that we're going to have like empty warehouses. So what do you see in the future?
Yeah, I mean, it is hard. It's hard to predict, right? So I think that there's multiple things going on, right? So I think there is automation, and that is something to also consider in terms of long-term job growth. I think some of the automation should take some time to roll out, but there is also population growth happening as well, and I'm sure you've experienced that in Hemet. So I think there's both a growing population, bringing in more demand, for goods and services. But then also there is, the real prospect of many of these warehouse jobs automating, not being there in the long haul. So that is something to consider, right, in terms of thinking about the future of your local economy.
Anyone else? Mr. I have a hard time with this name. This is Commissioner Beamsterfer.
Perfectly. One of the questions I have is, I know you mentioned when they bring in health care, they bring in benefits, but how much of that percentage is a full-time benefit worker? Because I know a lot of employers, they get to a certain point where hours hit, they cut your hours so you never gain those benefits, and they do that intentionally to save money. So what did you come up with in reference to how manufacturers handle healthcare benefits to full-time, part-time workers?
Yeah, well, this is a real issue. And as I mentioned, there's part-time workers, but also temporary and seasonal workers, which is very, very common, especially in warehousing, that a lot of the workers are, even if they're working full-time, are often in the status of being seasonal workers. And this happens all year long, right? So it's basically a temporary position, and much like many part-time workers, right, they're often denied full benefits, right? And that is a real concern.
Mr. Worth?
So kind of on the same same vein as the automation, the rapid growth of these warehouses in the Inland Empire is somewhat recent, relatively speaking. I'm assuming that the driver for this is proximity to the ports, cost of land, and the availability of labor. Also, the kind of moving from traditional brick and mortar to shopping online. I know Amazon and FedEx and UPS made several trips to my house this last weekend. Do we see, is there like a limit to this? Do we anticipate kind of regionally that this is going to continue to grow? Do we see kind of a point where the warehouses are going to slow down? There's enough. What's kind of the big picture projection regionally for the growth of these large warehouse type developments?
Well, I think you're right that many of those factors have been driving the growth of warehousing. But I also think, as you're mentioning, some cities, right, and I believe it sounds like this is happening in Hemet too, have had a moratorium on new warehouse developments and put a pause on it, I think for a good reason, to, really think hard about, whether this is, a good investment for the future, or whether, other industries might be a better investment. And if you are going to continue the growth, what is the form, what is the benefit to the community, right? So I think there is both, there's driving factors continuing the growth, but I think you're right too that, there's automation happening. There's also some pushback from the community as well, right? And I think a desire, to have diverse industries, right? To have a number of different occupations coming into the community. As I mentioned, these are lower paying jobs, compared to other jobs in the Inland Empire compared to the state. So yeah, I think there's many factors at play, and yeah. So I think the future, though, I think is ultimately up to the community. Right?
Anyone else have a question, comment for Dr. Reese?
Yes, I do.
Now I have City Council Member Tom Lodge.
Did I understand your report correctly when it referred to the temporary agencies, the owners and managers of the warehouses hiring temporaries so they could get around paying the benefits and the higher wages?
Yes, yeah, that does happen. I mean, it depends on sort of which warehouse employer. But a number of warehouse employers do often rely very heavily on temporary agencies to hire workers, right? Which also means that they're very precarious workers and they're often denied, good wages, good benefits, and then working under very stressful conditions, right? Not knowing what's going to happen when their job contract ends, right? But even the position of seasonal workers is very similar, even if they're directly hired, right? So we found that a number of large employers, especially like Amazon, right, is increasingly relying on seasonal workers rather than temporary ones. But many warehouse employers do still rely on temporary agencies too.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else on our panel? Dr. Reese, I think that concludes our questions and comments, and I thank you very much for your presentation and sharing your knowledge with us this evening. And I hope you have a good evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was an honor.
At this point, we are going to start with comments or questions from the Planning Commission, and then we'll receive participation from the City Council. We will start with our first commissioner, and I'm going to go to Commissioner Beamsterfer. Do you have comments or questions for our staff? Or just for us in general? It doesn't have to be just for staff.
More than anything, I brought it up earlier in the comment, but kind of in our truck route, I think it's a suggestion to add a portion of Acacia from Sanderson going west on Acacia to just past Costin. There's a little stretch of street that is, we used to use it all the time back in the day, but it's not so much used anymore. And the corner of that lot is city owned as well. And I think that would be an ideal area for a truck route if the city were to use some of the DIF fees to expand on that, put a traffic light there and allow the semi trucks to come to and from the valley through Florida onto the backside of Acacia instead of using Sanderson and Florida, because I mean that any given day that's a busy intersection, and so a truck making a left is just going to create a lot of congestion in that intersection. So I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned, again, the environmental report. I don't think, and I could be wrong, but I don't think we have a citywide EIR report when it comes to, we're looking at case by case. And overall, if we were to say all these were approved or most were approved, how would it impact our environment as a whole, not just case by case? That's one of the other discussions. And another thing, just to, we don't enforce semi-truck parking anyway, so that would be my next concern is if we have a lot of semi-trucks and they start parking on our streets, the city doesn't enforce it anyways. So even though they're not allowed, that's one of my big concerns as well. So those are just a few things. for the staff that I just would like to bring up.
Did you want any feedback on that, or you just want to put those comments out there?
I would like feedback is that in the future, is a partification in the future, we getting an EIR report over citywide? Yeah, I would like feedback on that if I can.
So, Mayor, just for context, the value of this study session is to receive information that we've presented tonight, and also to receive your comments and questions so that we go back to work on developing an ordinance that will essentially align the new provisions of AB 98 with a standard warehouse set of conditions for warehouse type projects that we would see come forward. And so what we intend to do is build an ordinance with the first draft to be presented to the Planning Commission in approximately February of 2025. So when you raise questions like Commissioner Chair Beamsdorfer did tonight, what we're doing is capturing those questions, those ideas like the truck route extension, and we're going to incorporate that into the design of the ordinance and other types of ancillary amenities or provisions, right? So, that ordinance is also going to touch on good neighbor policies as well as community benefits. So any ideas or feedback you have on just standard conditions, good neighbor policies, community benefits, and some of the elements of Professor Reese's presentation tonight, we want to capture that information, work with staff, work with the city attorney, and craft a draft ordinance for first review with the Planning Commission. Doesn't have to be done in one meeting. You can work on that, and then we'll be looking for a recommendation on a draft ordinance to then be presented to the City Council.
Thank you, City Manager.
One more thing if I can. I'm back on.
He has another thought.
Well, on the EIR report, the EIR, the good neighbor policy, I do like the EV trucks concept, and I think that is possible to incorporate that into a percentage. Doesn't have to be 100%. But yes, I think that would be a good idea for one of the good neighbor policies.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, where do I begin? I think one of the reasons why we turned down the Simpson project last time we met, one of the main reasons was circulation. That it's the lack of economical benefit to the city versus what would happen to the circulation in the city was not really there. There was no attempt for them to widen the bridge. There was no attempt to go beyond their own four walls of the roadway. I mean, the roadway is getting improved around their facility, but beyond that, there's nothing. Maybe they'd be willing to do something, but I think it's almost like there would have to be an entire truck route generated for them to actually satisfy the needs of what we need here in the city. But I mean, that's a lot to put on one applicant. Again, like Beamsdorfer said, the EIR, it's got to be a holistic approach to the infrastructure of the city, and that's something that we really got to think about here going forward. But along the same lines, you know, one of the things that strikes me is looking at the general plan, you know, section 3.0 community design. I think, you know, warehouses in a bunch of warehouses in the city really doesn't meet that criteria of our general plan. There's section 7.0, which is open space and conservation. Smart growth and land use and community design seems to be absent, and looking at these warehouses and where they're getting planned to be put in. So I think that's another look that we got to take into account when looking at these warehouse applications. When it comes to the zoning map, I think that we should probably relook at that. Maybe business park is not the right definition for some of these areas on the zoning map. Maybe move those back to what's in the general plan as mixed use. Maybe the city codes need to be adjusted to eliminate these warehouses unless otherwise approved. I understand there's a tax benefit to this, but I don't think the economic plan or project is outweighing the benefits of what we'd like to see our community be. AB 98 probably can't come soon enough as far as this is concerned. I think I'll wrap it up there for now. You know, in summary, I think that we need to conduct a moratorium on warehouses here. I'm for that. And how we can do that in adjusting the general plan and the city codes, that would be a wonderful thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Worth.
Well, I'll start with what we currently have, and I think we have an opportunity to, at the city level, to evaluate our current truck routes and make sure that they're appropriate, that they manage the flow of traffic for what's existing and what's being considered. One thing I think is important also is just that we go through an effort citywide to make sure that our signals are working properly. I mean, that by itself, if we had like signals that actually were smart and managed the flow of traffic properly, I think that would really ease up the current congestion that I think kind of give people. I know for myself, one of the issues that I had with the J.D. Fields project was that the truck route required them to, in order to get to Acacia and Gilmore, they had to drive down Dominigoni and up State Street to Highway 74. And if you've ever driven that road trying to get through Thornton and Chambers, it's always backed up because the traffic lets like 3 cars through before it turns red again. But the point being is just going through our existing system and making sure that everything works the way it's supposed to do, that it's actually recognizing traffic and managing the flow of traffic. So with that being said, on the kind of to what Commissioner Hill mentioned, when you look at the Simpson project and you got this little pocket of business park zone down at the very bottom, I think what really turned me off personally to that project was that it was kind of just a single drop in a really big area of open space, and it didn't appear to be planned out or provide any significant infrastructure benefit to the community. The original conditions of approval was just half-width street improvement on frontage and full width on Warren. Like was mentioned, no improvements to the bridge, no improvements beyond frontage, and no ownership of property outside of the project boundaries, therefore no responsibility to make any other investments regionally. In my daytime job, I work with a lot of different cities, and I see like the Menifee Valley project being done by Brookfield on south of Highway 74. It's a large master plan development with logistics and warehouses in conjunction with commercial and residential, all as part of a master plan development. Working with the World Logistics Center, 2,200 acres in Moreno Valley, master plan for a particular use. I think if we continue to move towards buying everything online and the convenience that has, we're going to continue to need warehouses, and that's just the fact of life in the Inland Empire. And we just need to be smart about leveraging those investment dollars to help our community grow, to develop investments in our community, to develop jobs, but to do it in a way that doesn't significantly negatively impact the rest of the community or the culture that we have here. So I'm for it. I just think that we need to really make sure when we approve an EIR, that says there's a lot of unmitigatable impacts, but the statement of overriding considerations is good enough to offset that, it better be good enough to offset that, and we better be able to defend that to our community and say that this is why we approved it. So I'm not against it. I'm not necessarily for a long-term moratorium. I think we do need to step back a little bit and take a more regional strategic look at it. And maybe we can look at a lot of other areas and what they're doing and some of the investments that they're requiring of developers when they come in and want to build in other communities. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark?
Well, I've been unusually quiet. A couple of things come to mind. First of all, we have residential high and low density homes going all over the city. And I kind of feel like we're shooting ourselves in the foot by allowing all of this to go on without comprehensive view of where we want to be in 5 and 10 years. And when you have something like a warehouse come in, I agree, sitting out there on Simpson, yep, you'd see it. But around it are homes and the Western Science and the beautiful mountains. Where do we want to be in 5 and 10 years? That's the real question. Does Hemet have a brand? Gee, maybe we could become the educational center for the warehouses to educate their population. OSHA 10 hours of training provides a lot of job security, forklift, trades, diesel mechanic, all of those things that are needed to keep a warehouse going. What if we were the hub to educate these people? Imagine, we don't have to have the kids go to work in the warehouse. They can be instrumental in keeping those warehouses running. And finally, if you look at a topography map of this area, we do not have a chance. The World Logistic, that warehouse, all of the warehouses, it doesn't matter if it's a good day. We are going to reap the diesel and the smog because an onshore flow will send it over here and it's going to back up against the mountain. And I know what it looked like. I know what the smog days were in the 70s. I remember why my parents moved us out of Hemet, took me from my family and my friends and all that thing to go up to Santa Cruz where the air was fresh. We have come a long way. Why are we going backwards with this? And finally, I do think that we need to review the general plan zones, and I agree with more of the rezoning and such, really speaking to what the land can be used for and what it should be used for, and maybe get the citizens' involvement on what they want in their community. Old, young, the whole thing. Thank you.
I'll start on this end with our city council. Councilmember Males.
That's me. Well, I didn't say anything earlier because I didn't want to get myself in trouble. But I grew up probably on the wrong side of the tracks. I worked warehouses when I was young, and that was the only jobs we had available. So, but still lived with my parents. I was probably only 16. So, you know, you don't realize when you're young, you know, any job that will help you survive. You know, I grew up on government peanut butter, so any job was good for me. But I see what's going on here. I see the problems that we have. Our infrastructure is not good. We've been working on it for the last 4 years since I've been on council, and we probably put close to $30 million into our infrastructure, but that's on the roads here, mostly on the west side, the center of town, and off Harvard and stuff. But you know, that darn ferry shrimp won't allow us to widen Warren the way it should be. So we don't have that capability of widening the roads. It's been a 2-lane highway for the longest. The 79 realignment that we've been working hard to for the last 20 years to bring in would have been ideal for this type of project, but we don't have that either. You know, and I look at the routes that we have available to us. Stetson's right there by Seven Hills. That's where I live. And who wants to hear diesels going back and forth off of Stetson? So I know there's problems with it, but I'm a jobs guy too, and I believe that we have to have jobs for kids. Not everybody goes to college. I didn't go to college till after the Marine Corps, and it was just a 2-year college. But it was enough for me to start a business, open a business, and ran it for 22 years until my liver gave out from being in the Marine Corps and catching hepatitis in the Philippines. And so I see the struggles that we have. I see the love of life and how people, you know, they want their environment to be good, and I'm just tangled in a web that, you know, I want it, I don't want it, and but I want to listen to the citizens too, because I made that statement at our special council meeting. I don't want to be what my dad referred to as I can't even think of the term now. Huh? Rubber stamp. Well, not that, but I think it had something to do with ass or something. I'm not sure. But anyways, I want jobs in our city, so maybe we just have to sit down and get regroup and see if there's any other type of businesses that want to come into Hemet. But don't applaud me. Don't applaud me, because I'm not talking for an applaud. I just want to be sensible on this, and I want to be right. You know, I don't know what's going to be like if we don't get jobs in the city, because we have all this housing. We see all this traffic going out of town, brake lights, you know, going down Florida, going down Domagonia, and nothing coming in. And we can't live on just the retail shops that are here, the restaurants that are here, because I don't want this town to be a ghost town 10, 15, 20 years from now. So I'm good with small warehouses. I'm good with manufacturing warehouses, smaller. I don't like the logistics warehouses, because that does bring too many diesel trucks. But I just want to let you know that I hear your voices, and I will vote accordingly. And you know, like I said, I'm just a human being trying to do good for the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Lodge.
Thank you very much. I have seen for several years now the plight that's happened in this city of there is no jobs. And I understand the frustration of the younger people that, you know, we've got nothing to do, we've got no jobs. How are we supposed to make a living? How are we supposed to support the community? I think that we are in the right direction, as in taking a step back. We've got to take a good, long, hard look at this on what are we going to have in the next 20 years. What do we want our city to look like? We do need jobs, but I agree with Joe that, you know, smaller, much better, manufacturing, much better, but we don't need 150 of those either. So we have to take a good long look. We don't need all these trucks. I don't think we'd ever catch up on our roads. I don't think it would ever be beneficial to have mega warehouses. It's got to take a good long look at it. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Krupa.
Thank you. First off, a question. Are we giving you ideas for this draft ordinance update, or looking further ahead at possibly extending the moratorium to start at least the land use portion of the general plan update? Or can we do both?
So we're focused at the moment on the ordinance, but I think it's fair to say that when we look at the development of next year's budget's going to need to incorporate some fairly significant dollars toward the development of the next general plan. So these are not inexpensive these days. It's likely a multi-year effort, so I think fairly we can take an incremental appropriation approach to some of this. But it's going to be likely at least $500,000 is my estimate. I think that's a minimum, right, for those that have worked on general plans recently. So I think near term we're looking for feedback on a developing ordinance, but clearly we're on the precipice of moving forward on an updated general plan as well, which would obviously include a lot of community engagement about some of the issues that we've talked about and are hearing about.
Okay. Now, this draft ordinance, will this apply to those developments in the pipeline that have not been approved by the commission, and all future ones, or I'll leave it at that.
Stephen Graham, City Attorney. That would be a policy decision of the City Council. Based on previous conversations regarding the moratorium, my anticipation would have been that the actual regulations as drafted would apply to new applications filed after the effective date of the new ordinance and the termination of the moratorium. However, in looking at the projects that are coming forward, these are discretionary approvals that the City Council has. My expectation was also that these would be guidelines for that process and would inform those applicants, staff, the Planning Commission, and ultimately the City Council when they came forward, what types of mitigation measures and community benefits the council was expecting. So I wasn't expecting the council to direct that they be binding, but I was expecting that they would likely nevertheless be on the table during those application processes. One thing I did want to add to the city manager's comments as well, AB 98, although it is not in force on projects until after January 1st, 2026, when we're talking about the approvals. Nevertheless, it does have some interesting features that I think may be useful for the council to consider giving direction on, and one of them is differentiating between projects not just based on size, but also based on whether the project requires a rezone or a general plan amendment. Because when you're looking at a project that's requiring a rezone, that is a project that is going into a location that was not contemplated for that type of development under the current zoning code. Thank you.
Okay, that I happen to agree with that. Some of the things that I have come up with is in looking at our current truck route, we see as it is in the city, but we need to look at a broader span and see how it connects to Moreno Valley and to the Pass area, to San Jacinto. How do trucks, if trucks are coming in and going out, how are they going to get from the Dominigoni to Florida to the Pass area or to wherever they're going from here? We also know currently that our neighbors, Paris and Menifee, are having a disagreement over usage of a border street that half of it will allow trucks and the other half in the other city will not allow trucks. And we will be having that same issue with the build out of the Ramona Expressway to the Mid-County Parkway, that trucks will be allowed probably going from San Jacinto over towards Paris, but Paris does not allow trucks going from the rider, which is right by the reservoir or by Paris Dam, into their street. So there's probably a 1.5 mile section that trucks are not allowed. So I don't know how they'll get from here to there. So I think we need to really be cognizant of the fact that you can't get there from here, and be very aware of that. And of course, along with that is, as Commissioner Worth said, the synchronizing of our current traffic signals will be a big help. I think going forward or putting into this that we really have to look at the zoning to see what areas and what acreage is available for warehouses, and then to really look at the definition of the word warehouse. Is it going to be a manufacturing company like National Tube down here that nobody seems to have a problem with, and that's a warehouse, versus the big one that's on Kirby? That thing is huge, absolutely huge. We also need to ask the applicants what type of trucks are going to be coming in. And question for legal, can we restrict the size of the trucks that would then come into these places? Let's see, what else can I complain about? Monitoring, I was rather surprised that we've had 2 reports now of the Kirby project not necessarily following the dust regulations that they are supposed to be, and if a truck came down Kirby and came down Acacia and made a right-hand turn onto Kirby today, that is a complete no-no. So we need to really look at that, and through that, if we have thought about getting in touch with the CARB facility in Riverside and maybe then going to MSRC to find if we can possibly utilize some of their mobile monitoring devices out here to make sure that monitoring is something that is being adhered to. What else do I have? You know, we don't have a lot of space available for huge warehouses, which is really good, because I don't think we really need the logistics, the distribution, and transportation. I don't think we need them out here. But I think we need warehouses that would provide manufacturing. Business Park, that's a warehouse. Costco, that's a warehouse. Sam's Club is a warehouse. These are things that people would probably like. But we have to differentiate that nasty word warehouse and find out when people are coming in, are you going to have something that's beneficial to our valley, to our city, and then really look into the CBAs. I really like that. Community benefit agreements, why not? We really need to look at that, and I'm not familiar with the Sunshine Ordinance, but I've heard it mentioned a couple times tonight. And let's check into that. Let's see what it is and do whatever we have to promote growth, promote jobs, but do it in a beneficial way so that the community is not upset and that our old people, our regular people, and our young people aren't disadvantaged and put into a bigger negative aspect. So that's all I have.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first, because this moratorium's only 45 days, I want to make sure that we have something on the calendar to extend that, because we're obviously not going to get the work done. I don't want to rush this. I want to make sure that we get this right. With the zoning, so it does look like there is a lot of discretion, and the size threshold of 400,000, I feel like all warehouses, projects of this nature should come through Planning Commission. Like Commissioner Worth brought up, is we have so many, we kind of need to look at this on a regional basis. My day job, I have applications in for much more, 26 million square feet. And so what we're doing is we're looking at it. We are doing a comprehensive traffic analysis. We are looking at wastewater impacts on a regional aspect, because piecemealing it doesn't work, lift stations fail, doing the traffic, having several different traffic studies and different times when things are moving forward. I really think that we should look at that on a regional basis. For the community benefit fee, I would like that rate to be commensurate with the obstacles that we have in the city. We're not near a freeway. Our infrastructure is not in the best shape, as we've heard. I know of other jurisdictions and have certain rates. Some of them are annual, some are one time. These community benefit fees they go towards infrastructure or building parks or doing something that is a benefit to the city. So when we're looking at that community benefit fee, I think we really need to take into account all the hurdles that we have being in this cul-de-sac. I really do think we need to look at the zoning and the general plan. As Councilmember Krupa mentioned in previous meetings, when this general plan was done, these uses were not contemplated. The analysis, I don't think, contemplated warehouses. And I agree with that. I was here when that general plan was done. In looking at our zoning map, we have a lot of industrial zoning right next to single-family residential. That is a huge concern for me. Regarding electrification, I have been in a lot of warehouse trainings in the past year, and regarding electrification, depending on where these trucks are going, sometimes it can take them 3 times as long because they have to stop and charge, and it's not a quick charge like in a car. I don't have an electric car, but sometimes I know it can take a while to charge. These trucks take a very long time to charge, and taking 3 times the normal time to make a delivery is eating into the cost of the truck drivers that are typically, independent contractors. I think that there is a right place and a location for warehouses. I don't know where that is, but looking at the benefits, when we're looking at benefits for warehouses, if they have a point of sale, sales tax revenue would be significant. If they're providing skilled labor, those are things that I would be looking for that would have significant impacts by providing high-paying jobs, by providing a tax base to the city. And then I have a note here, but I can't remember what I wrote it for. It says PSRs, but we do have a lot of work to do, but like I said, I don't want to rush this. We need to get this right.
So they've said almost everything, but I'm just going to reiterate a few of my thoughts. I agree with almost everything they've said. I don't. In fact, I don't disagree with anything. So originally we met in October, and we had a special council meeting on a Saturday morning. Okay, and we wanted to talk about the warehouse moratorium. And at that time, we voted 4-1 to not have the moratorium at that point because we wanted more information. And I just want to say that because we voted it down does not mean that we wanted the warehouses. I've heard the comment that there's a lot of misinformation out there. And I just want to say, on our part, you've heard us say that we're not against warehouses and we're for warehouses, okay? So it depends on the size. It depends on the location. We need jobs. And something was said at a council meeting a few months back from Council Member Lilienthal, and I remember it so vividly. He talked to the junior college, and everybody says we need high-paying jobs. But we have a poor city. We have a lower class of education in many respects. We have a lot of professional people, talented people in the city, but we also have a lot of other people that don't have the education that companies would put in managerial positions. So we need all kinds of economy in our city. We need retail, we need the plumbers, the electricians, we need all these people. Yes, I think a trade school would be great, you know, a better trade school, a better hospital. I know I went to Assemblymember Jackson's town hall meeting in San Jacinto earlier this year, and somebody said, we need a Kaiser here. You know, there's a lot of Kaiser policy holders in this city. You know, so we can bring in things like that maybe that would be more beneficial, and it depends. And at that council meeting, I said it depends on the project. I didn't say if I was for it. I didn't say I was against it. It depends on the project, and I said a case-by-case basis. And I think you've heard that from us. You know, a smaller project, a good one, we need it. Big warehouses, I agree, our infrastructure will not support it. We have poor streets now, we just haven't been able to catch up with it. We just need to plan it. We need to be smart about it. And I think going forward that we've heard you, okay? We've heard you, and this is my thing, and I know we will agree most likely that we represent you. We represent the people, and we've heard you. And I just feel like there could be a balance here. You know, just give us a little time on this. Give us a little time. We've got staff that'll work on this, I know, and hopefully we can all come to an agreement and be in harmony, because I love this city too. It's beautiful. You know, I love the mountains. I love the sunsets, sunrises, and all this, you know. So I want to see those things too, and I don't want to get it cluttered with big warehouses. I'm just telling you that now. So with that, are there any last comments anybody would like to make? Mr. Worth.
Sorry, whenever given an opportunity to talk, I usually take it. Just a couple additional thoughts. So one, just in terms of in developing an ordinance for review, you know, some considerations is that the investments or the criteria that would be mentioned in the statement of overriding considerations, we should be able to tie that to our different planning elements, whether it be circulation, land, open space, recreation and trails element. There should be an investment that we can tie back to the general plan elements that are going to benefit the community. And then one other thing, in regards to fees and things that we receive in from these developments, a question that I asked for the Simpson project was, okay, well, there's a couple $1 million of fees that the developer's going to submit, but how are we going to be able to use those to affect improvements to infrastructure? I think if there's a way that we can strategically as a city look to leverage or position ourselves for things like ARPA funding or grant funding to leverage these investments as they come in, so that we're kind of more shovel ready to build some of this infrastructure when we get some inflow of investments, but just to be a little more proactive on that end, to where we have an understanding of the cost and the means by which to make those improvements. And then finally, in the general, going back to water and wastewater, when we're doing this update, you know, coordinating with the different stakeholder agencies such as Lake Hemet and Eastern Municipal. I think there's a lot of changes that's happening from a wide range of state goals that are affecting all of our abilities to do our business, and so the more we can align those efforts with the different stakeholders, the better off it'll be. So, and that's all. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Anyone else? Okay, on a personal note, I just want to compliment the Planning Commission. I think you guys have done an outstanding job with the team you have now. They endured a 5.5-hour meeting at their last meeting, and so did you guys. So I think we got a great Planning Commission now, and I really thank you for your diligence and attention to detail. And this is the first time we've done this, to my knowledge, ever. I don't know. Have you ever done? Okay, before. Okay, so since I've been on, this is new for me. So I'd just like to thank you all for your participation, you citizens, Planning Commission, Council, staff. Thank you very much. And there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned to the next City Council meeting on January 14th, 2024. We are taking Christmas. 25. That's the city clerk. He wrote 2024. So we are going to take Christmas week off and have a happy holiday season. Thank you.
Channel 21 News, Kemet.